Thank you so much. I think we have the opportunity to take about 5, very brief questions, commentary from the floor. Do we have roving mics around? It will be very interesting to hear her views on these issues. Please pass on the mic. I think she's sitting somewhere in the front row. Please raise your hand. She's right here in the front.
I think my view would be that maybe if we focus on, currently we have Form 3 and Form 5 failures in schools. And you fail your Form 3, you fail your Form 5, then you stay on the street, or there's nothing you can do. I propose an idea whereby we employ these young people. After we employ them, part of the salary is taken for them to graduate, and then during this period of them working, they can be equipped with business skills. In a point whereby even after they graduate, if it was the Form 3 who was working, because in schools we are equipped with skills, practical skills like home economics and D&T. So if these students were to be given jobs which are in relation to what they were taught in school, and then part of their salary is taken for them to go to school again, and they are given a second chance. But while they're working, they're equipped with business skills so that even if they don't make it to the next level, they can start their own business. They're equipped with skills which can help them to be open, to be able to start their own business, to be able to sustain themselves even after they're done with school. Because currently we need more people who want to start their own businesses, even not only thinking about getting employed, but also thinking about you starting your own business, you making your own thing, you employing more people. So if we were to employ these Form 3 and Form 5 failures, for them to work and get new skills, get business skills, get science-related skills, get tuition, for them to be able to graduate again. So in Africa, we would have more graduates, and unemployment would actually reduce, and we would have more business personnel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's the thinking of a 15-year-old African youth. Can we please pass the mics around to allow for more questions and commentary?
Right.
I see hands at the back.
Good morning. Thank you so much, moderator, for the opportunity. I would like to ask, my name is Huitimang Kuitsafalo. I co-present the RB2 Morning Show with Yandile. And I would like to ask the question pretty much around what the topic is about, which is when African youth get behind the wheel. My question is around why should African youth get behind the wheel? I'm asking this in the context of saying, for most of us, we think this should be done just for the sake of inclusion, to have young people participating in a lot of things. For example, leadership, coming up with creative and innovative solutions to Africa's biggest problems. But the question should be, is there any commercial value that everybody in the room, people in leadership, can be told and be demonstrated to see that is very important for this value that young people bring, in driving the future of Africa as young people? Thank you.
I think we can take 2 more questions, then we close it up. There is a hand at the back.
Good morning. My name is Kokezo Bontlagale. I'm the founder of Bontla Farming Enterprises and also the executive director of Botswana Agripreneurs Hub. So firstly, I would just like to second what Ms. Magdalene was saying, that indeed we need to vamp up the support that the higher learning institutions are supporting us. From personal experience, we recently just hosted the first annual Botswana Youth Agribusiness Forum, and we requested a speaker from a university of which I'm an alumni of, and unfortunately that university was unable to either sponsor or even just send a speaker to participate in this annual event. So I believe that would be another thing that would be great if we were to have our university supporting the alumni on the streets. Secondly, I would also just like to suggest that the reward system is also looked at. Just as the higher achievers receive the Vice Chancellor's awards and such, I would also call on universities to also look into those that are on the ground with owning their SMMEs and find out ways of identifying SMMEs with traction that actually need their support, and have our higher learning institutions to support such SMMEs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just an opportunity for one final question.
Good morning. My name is Refilo Mokhatlengani. I'm a third-year law student at the University of Botswana, and I'm also an ambassador at Generation Unlimited. So mine is just a comment on, we had a meeting on the 5th and 6th of December where we met as different youths who are serving under different organizations under UNICEF. And we were tasked with finding the challenges that we met with the projects that we had, that we designed for this year, and the solutions that we think could be implemented to solve those problems. So one of the solutions that we had suggested was, we have this program of graduates having direct entry programs into employment, which could be used to help solve unemployment, the problem of unemployment. Currently, the program is being used at Botswana Accountancy College and at BUST, and also with IHS, where if you are studying or training as a nurse, then you are sure that after you graduate, you're going to be under the role where you are sure you're going to get employed. So we're suggesting that the private sector should collaborate with the government to make sure that this program is implemented in other tertiary institutions, to say, if graduates finish schooling at their different institutions, then there should be direct entry level into the different jobs in the private and in the public sector.
Thank
And
you.
then the other solution that we suggested was that we have internship programs that are designed for students who are doing their third year and their final year. So we were suggesting that those internship programs should be listed as experience, to say, if I've gotten an internship at a law firm and I was doing that internship from my third year until my fifth year, then it means I have 2 years experience. We can ensure that that 2 years experience is legit, and that my supervisor at the law firm is strict on ensuring that that experience that I have is one that could be compatible or could enable me to do more work once I've graduated. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think I'll just create an opportunity for somebody who doesn't fall within the age bracket that I defined as the youth, that they actually not I did define, but the African Union defines. I'll allow Mr. Tsian the opportunity to speak because he had raised his hand. He will be the last person to make commentary, and then we'll move on. Please stand up. Roving microphone quickly.
Fortunately, I'm standing close to a young person, so it might rub off. This is a question I want the young people to answer, because they are here in the room. I'm quite advanced in age. The question I want the youth to, the young people to answer is, what do you think we as old people are doing to stand in your way? How can we ensure that we allow you the space to be the answer to the African future that you want? Help us to be able to facilitate your, your ingenuity, your, the vibrancy that you have, the knowledge that you have, the excitement, the power that you have to be able to create the future you want. Because sometimes I always feel like we who are advanced in years, we seem to be some kind of an obstacle. How can you help us to become, to help you? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that wraps the commentary session. We will have a few more other questions to ask, and once they respond, we'll see how much time we have. But just to add on to the question that was, or the commentary that was made by the last commentator, I think, the question really also is what innovative policies and programs should be put in place to unlock the demographic dividend on the continent to ascertain that the growth in the population of African youth is not a ticking time bomb. I'll start with you, Andile, so that we just respond to the last commentary that was made. Then we'll take the questions from the top.
Okay. Thanks, Kifilo. I think it's related to some of the commentary in the room. I don't know if it was also another Kifilo in the audience, the young lady who's doing third-year law. I think she's brought about a brilliant initiative. They've done a proof of concept. And now she's calling on private sector to also adopt an idea that they're doing. And I think, advice from my end, what youth being behind the wheel means is that somebody like her should continue to take ownership of this idea. So private sector must invest in you and your organization or the community or the collective that you're part of to continue delivering your solution, not to delegate and outsource to private sector. That's where we usually lose our progress as young people. And I think the second thing is to invest in young people like her, to move beyond Botswana, because Botswana is really, in our 2 million population, it's an environment for proof of concept and validation, to go and scale and apply the solutions that she has in other African markets. Because the challenges that we have in Botswana are the challenges that are common across the African continent. I'll address two questions on why is it important for young people to be behind the wheel, and also what can the elders, the older generation do to facilitate us to take space. Why is it important for us to be behind the wheel? It's quite simple. It's because of succession planning. So if you have a scenario that we currently have in Africa where the older generation is the one that is in the rooms making the decisions, making the policies, making the initiatives, there's no uptake and there's no succession planning. And so you find that the resources that we've invested in, even in this room, if you could take a quick scan on the age in the room, every single person who's in this room today has access to a unique set of information that's going to define how they approach work, how they approach providing solutions and products into the future. And for young people that are not in the room, they're excluded, all right? So it's important for us to be behind the wheel because of succession planning. The second point around what should the older generation do? I think there's a need to have a conversation, not just in Botswana, but in Africa, around our national workforce planning. How are we going to phase out the older generation in the current jobs that they're in to make way for young talent? And I say phase out how, empathetically, because it's not just an issue of retire early and make way for another young person, because the older generation is holding a lot of wisdom, a lot of foresight, a lot of emotional intelligence that the younger generation doesn't have. If you look at what's currently happening in terms of stats in the country, we've got a high household debt in the country. And that household debt is mainly amongst the working class or the working population. So how is it that we're going to influence early retirement when the working class still has got 15 to 20-year mortgages that they're still servicing? And so workforce planning needs to be very holistic to think about how are we going to incentivize this older population to actually make way for young people. And I'll tell you this, it's not from a place of young people need jobs and young people need to survive. It's a sense of urgency, simply because of the pace at which the world is moving. Young talent is able to uptake technology quicker. Young talent is able to implement solutions quicker, and we need to move at that pace as Africa if we're going to catch up with the rest of the other continents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andile. I think I'll just also extend it to the rest of the panelists. Why should African youth get behind the wheel?
When we empower our youth, we give them the power, and they are the driving force. When our forefathers came up with the idea that Africa has to get independence, they didn't want us to get stuck in the same space. So to go forward, our African Union has come up with the agenda, a very good agenda 2063, that drives us to the Africa that we want. We want to have an Africa that you move freely. Inclusivity is there. We include everyone from young people to women to everyone. I believe the youth, they have goals and dreams. And for us to get these dreams, to bring them forward, to achieve what we want, we can create innovation hubs, hubs that will be nurturing these dreams and make them come true. We can have entrepreneurial funding that is curated for the youth, and it will create a safety net where the youth know that under this umbrella, I am able to achieve this. I am able to get mentorship from the people who have gone before me. I believe that, just to touch on the last question that was asked, he said that what can the older generation, what are they doing wrong, and what can they do to make it better for the youth? I believe they have nurtured us. They are the generation that has gone before us. Most of what we have as the youth are skills that we have gained from that generation. I believe with the innovation hubs, they can come in and talk to the youth, show them what needs to be done, and mostly make sure that no one gets lost. When people go to school, we have mostly the education system is in a way that people go in, people go out, and they don't get the actual skill. We don't have the skill that the market needs. I believe if we made sure that what one wants to do, what every child wants to do, what they believe is best for them, that would give them the courage. It will ignite their mind. It will create a good environment for them. They feel like what I believe in is accepted. And if I do this, I have the support, and I will be able to achieve. So this brings diversity of all ideas. I know most young people have dreams that they are put on the shelf, and they are just seated there. Some of them might have given up on their dreams already, if not forgotten about them completely. This is because we have a system that does not encourage the market. It does not encourage people to come up with what they have. You pursue something because someone pursued it, but you have what you believe in. I believe innovation hubs would be a very good step, and it would help us get to the Agenda 2063.
Thank you, Magdalena. I think finally you can also take up the question, why should African youth get behind the wheel?
Okay, let me start with the second question. You ask about what do you think all the people can do. So you all the people, you have something to do for us, because you are like our eyes. But remember, there are something you were able to do and others you were not able to do. So us as young people, we can do that. First, I believe if you believe in us that you are able to do something, just support us. And in supporting us, it is not in terms of money. You can support us with idea. You can support us with say, so you can do this and this, you will be reach far. Also connect us to some other people. Maybe you don't have enough money to to support us so that we can do. I will be talking too much about money because I know if we have the money, you can create something. Or sort of idea. You know, this person can support your idea. Just connect me or connect any youth to that person. With that connection, we will reach far. And with that one, just give us the room. Just see that we are able to do something. Pretend that you are not there, but give a time so that we can do. If I go to the first question also, why young people are behind? We will still behind if the government are not doing something, if the old people are not doing something. Let me say like this, we young people, you can do something which can innovate you and the community, but the old people will still see you that you are not able, that will not see, that will not reach far. Again, you start the idea of doing something which will assist you or which will create more job opportunity to the people. But your neighbor, the old people, will not be happy. So how would I go far if you are not happy with what I am doing? So just I can request each and everyone who is hearing me, if I have something new, an idea of starting something, let all the community, let all the people, let the government support me, and not see that I am going to compete someone, because what I will be doing, it will, yes, it will benefit me, but also it will benefit other young people, other the community. So we will still behind if the government and the old people are not supporting us in terms of connecting, in terms of showing what we can do, and also financially. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we're running out of time, but as we make our concluding statements, I just want us to factor in the following issue. Where do you see regional integration and the greater opening up of Africa as a common market, creating opportunities for African youth? I think you can all respond to that while we also do factor in our concluding statements. I'll start with you, Infant.
That's it, come on.
I was just going to make our concluding statements, but while you do so, please factor in commentary on where do you see regional integration and the greater opening up of Africa as a common market, creating opportunities for African youth?
The future is in our hand, but if we will collaborate with you, not only we young people, and the future will be in Africa if we will working together. Don't see us we are not able, just be together with us, support us. And I still emphasize, someone has an idea and you are not supporting him or her, and tomorrow you will die. God will ask you, what did you do in the earth? Sure, what did you do in Africa so that you can change? Many people have something to do in order to change the Africa, but you are not doing. Let's be together, let's collaborate and change our Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Magdalene.
I believe that integration and opening of Africa, it opens a very big room of opportunities. We will have diversity of ideas from across the continent. We will have a very big market to trade in. It is like a very big dream that would be very good for Africa. I mean, look at it, look at Africa, that you can move from south to east to sell your product and you are not stopped by anyone. Look at it, look at the big population, look at the market that you are creating. So I believe, firstly, it will open the opportunities, it will open up people's minds, it will ignite curiosity, and people will know that with this, I am backed by the whole of Africa. It's not just me, it's not just my country, it's not just about my language, no. And we will be so close to each other that we'll be supporting each other. I believe integration of free flow of trade, movement from one point to the other will also promote tourism. You'll be able to visit any place in Africa without having to worry about being stopped, being asked, where is your visa? Why are you here? I am African. I'm here to trade with you. Please share the ideas that you have with me. Let us see what we can work together. So I believe we are on the right track, and the youth is the driving force, and together we we are going to do it. The youth population, it's really big from below the age of 35. This is the biggest consumer market. When you have a product, this is the age bracket that is about to consume what you are making. This is the workforce. So if you empower the youth, you have created endless opportunities for other people behind these young people. Yes, the elder generation went before us, but they have trained us well, they have equipped us with skills. And when we get the proper support, the proper training, that is what we are going to pass on to the future generation. No one wants to start a dream here and then it ends just a few years later. You want something to move even after decades. So I believe when we open up Africa, when we come up together, when we bring up ideas like this, when we have forums like this, like KUSI Ideas Festival.
Thank you
we
so
are
much,
actually there.
Magdalene. Thank you very much, Yandile. Just briefly, let's wrap it up with factoring that regional integration issue.
Yeah, I think quickly 3 points. I think the regional integration is promising. One, the free movement of people. And I think I heard yesterday the president of Zimbabwe also mentioned in side talks with our president and be able to use IDs to move across countries. Free movement is the first step. I think the second step is in our education system, but also amongst talent across African nations. But in Botswana specifically, we need to develop a process or a structure where we teach young people how to come up with a good idea, a bankable idea, how to move to a minimum viable product, how to test a proof of concept, and how to scale that product and to sell it across borders. I think the second thing is that we need to leverage youth-adult relationships. I think it's still addressing the gentleman's question on what can they do to facilitate young people. The older generation has got a credit score that is higher than young people. The older generation has got contacts and social capital that moves beyond Botswana. The older generation is exposed to other markets because the younger generation, quite honestly, the cost of travel in the African continent is quite high. So the chances are that a young person, an average young person in Africa is exposed to other African markets is quite low. So leveraging youth-adult relationships to even get into business partnerships, whether it's equity, to ensure that you're able to leverage both the strengths of the old and the young. And I think the last one, I'll close it off, Kifilo, and I'll say this. I think it's important to also have country-to-country youth policy incentives. What do I mean by that? If we've got the Youth Development Fund in Botswana funding young people with about $10,000 to start a business idea, can you have the government of Kenya matching that to incentivize a young person in Kenya to collaborate with a young person in Botswana? What does that do? Both those young people get access to $20,000, both from their countries, but it also guarantees the scaling of a business idea of a young Botswana to Kenya and from a young person in Kenya to the Botswana market. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So I have something, maybe the message to the young people who are here, especially if you are a university graduate or you are going to graduate, can you at least have a dream like what a KUSI Idea Festival is doing? Because I believe if we have like only 10 African young people thinking or doing like what the KUSI Idea Festival is doing, we will change our African. So young people who are here, just think on anything you can do, dream on that one, start practicing, and believe in me, your dream will be the reality. But if you are not thinking, you will be nothing, and our community will stay behind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Magdalene, Innocent, and Yandile Noko. Thank you so much for the insights. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the thoughts of African youth. They do deserve yet another round of applause. And to you, thank you so much for being such a lovely audience. Good afternoon.
All right, a better round of applause for our panel and all the brilliant ideas and the energy in the room. Thank you very much. You've all done very, very well. Ladies and gentlemen, I just have one announcement to make. There is a vehicle that is parked in the reserve, BX196920. BX196920. It's on the reserve, and you please need to go and get it before someone else gets for you. All right, our next session is even better, but just before that, you've been seated for 45 minutes. let's get some blood in your feet and your hands. So please stand up, kindly. Stand up, everyone in the room. I'm talking to all the fellows at the back. Yes, 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 yes. Right. So I want you to do this. Stretch forward. All right. You at the back. On the side. One hand, left. Let's do right. Okay, great. Now I want you to do the opposite of what I do. So all eyes on me. Okay? So do my opposite. All right? This is the back. All right? Again, quickly. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please have a sit down. Ladies and gentlemen, let me bring our next panel, and cuts very well to our panel that has just left. It's a big culture debate. Allow me to ask our moderator, Setho, to please make your way to the platform and introduce your panel. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Setho as she makes her way to the panel for this big culture debate that ties very well with what we've just been discussing on earlier on.
Is it afternoon yet? We're left with 6 minutes. Good morning. How are you doing? Ibidua-sit. In Setswana, that means my name is Sit. Welcome to the big culture debate brought to you by KUSI Ideas number 5. Yes, I nearly said number 6. We are going to be talking this morning on the big culture debate. And it's a big debate because even the definition of culture itself is something that people can't really agree on. But let me bring my esteemed panel to the front. In the room, in the plenary session, we will be joined this morning. I'd like her to stand up, Professor Alina Sehodwe, who is the human
This is NTV.
The Eldoret Technical Training Institute, ETTI, offers students an opportunity to explore their career growth in a unique and friendly learning environment. Join us this Friday, 15th December 2023 for our 9th graduation ceremony at Central Primary School Ground, Eldoret from 9 a.m.
Want to know the biggest story of the week? Do not worry. The Weekly Review got you covered. For in-depth analysis of politics, business, governance, as well as social issues, the Weekly Review covers it all. For well-researched, exclusive and investigative content.
when you have your bank telling you that you have you can only spend the equivalent of $10, for example, a month from your Naira account, it also hampers our ability to leverage technology, to collaborate, and to engage and to cross-pollinate our culture. I would think that also another opportunity for technology is to look south. I know that our gaze in Africa is typically to the West, and you mentioned maps, and I'm hoping that one day we'll have different words, different descriptions for West, Global South, Global North. All those things really make me uncomfortable. But I would say that I feel like Africa should be looking south to other Global South, Brazil, Indonesia, Cuba. I think we should be looking our gaze in terms of collaborating and working together. In terms of culture, Haiti, those are the places we should be focusing our attention on, and not so much on the West. There's nothing wrong with collaborating with the West, but for those who are looking for new frontiers, I think new partners is important to look in that way. And I think, yeah, there's just good old advocacy, which is where the experts in this room, people who have the knowledge, who know what technology can do, not just for culture and arts, but also just to boost the economic sector, will engage with government to make sure that government across, and maybe even the AU and different regional blocks, have the right policies that can boost the things that we wanted to boost. That's it.
All right, Aisha, you are in the United Kingdom as we're talking to you, and we've got a large diaspora of Africans, those that have, of course, migrated in the last 50 years, and those that were forcibly removed from Africa much earlier. How do we use these ambassadors in achieving the dream to actually commercialize our culture, our heritage, our languages?
I think that's an excellent question. I mean, and it's one that we should be thinking deeply about. I mean, in many of these international cities like London, New York, and Paris, you find that there's a very rich culture and art landscape where there's, museums and galleries. And we're seeing, at least in London, a lot more of African art coming into that space. And this could be tied to, of course, many different things that I mentioned in the video, just a renaissance of sorts, the conversations around restitution of African cultural heritage, the post-Black Lives Matter movement, the link between the diaspora and Africa. I think that's becoming stronger and is also influencing the space. For those of us in the diaspora, I would think investing in those spaces is one. We're already here. How do we make inroads? How do we use the existing structures that are here to encourage and to provide platforms for people back home who want to share their art? Of course, we're talking about non-fungible. There's, I think, NFTs, they're called non-fungible tokens that are also coming into art, which makes it easier to also transfer art and sell art. That's a big one. I think third would be for diaspora to also take a more active interest in what's going on in the countries that they live in, to build power in the countries that they live in. As a diaspora, I feel like I'm guilty for my gaze is almost constantly back home on what's going on, which is fine, but we need to balance that with also engaging in the countries where we live and building power there. What does that mean? It means being part of causes, building political power, being part of the electoral system in the sense, who are the candidates that we're putting our energy behind. And the reason why it's important for arts and culture is because it's when we have space in the diaspora that we can also continue to make advocacy for more diversity in these structures, for more diversity in terms of funding. When we look at the European countries, for example, there's heavy government investments in art and culture in their communities. How are we tapping into that? So those, again, are some simple ways that we can engage in that. And I think also just showcasing that in every way possible through our children, through school engagements, using every platform, whether it's from primary to secondary to university, with our children and our family, to showcase African art and to take every opportunity. And if I use the school where one of my children is at, when it comes to Black History Month and things like that, we're actively engaging to say, no, it doesn't have to be just material that's coming from the US, which is where I guess the culture of Black history started from. We should also be getting our own African books and content and feeding that into the school to help to sort of create the diversity in the content that our children are also being exposed to, and their classmates are also being exposed to.
Thank you so much. To my beautiful audience, this is the time for questions, I think we will take 3 at a time and allow our panelists to be able to answer them. Then we will, if we have enough time, get another round of questions. Our beautiful ushers, where are we? With the mic. I think there's a gentleman with a bucket hat at the end. He raised his question first. Please, let's follow with the gentleman in the copper t-shirt. And I hope you are a gentleman, I'm not misgendering you. And then there's another hand on to my right, which is your left. The gentleman with the bucket hat, yes. Please identify yourself. The mic is not working. Okay, can we start? Can we get the lady that side while we wait to sort out the mic? Good morning.
Morning.
Or afternoon.
Yeah, I think it's afternoon or morning. Anyway, thank you all for your contributions. So my name is Chinaya Mabara. I'm a climate communicator, and I run a blog called Eco Girl Africa. So my main focus is on telling African narratives of sustainability and climate change, and I use my social media to do this. So I just wanted to echo the importance of decolonizing everything, including sustainability. I think it's important that we see ourselves as capable to act for climate mitigation, adaptation, and I think that we're able to do this because most African cultures have sustainability embedded in them. We just need to decolonize ourselves so that we can realize this and act for climate action. So really, I'm just echoing what you've been sharing about decolonizing our mindsets and how important it is. So I think that we need to form strategic collaboration so that we could tell our own stories about sustainability. Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Hello. My name is Edward, and I would like to say cultural exchange programs and integration. In what ways has freedom of movement contributed to cultural exchange and integration among African youth? Are there programs or events that celebrate the diversity of cultures as a result of increased movement? And future plans and aspirations. What are the future plans and aspirations for furthering freedom of movement for the youth in Africa? Are these discussions or proposals the scope of free of movement initiative to benefit a larger demographic of young people? And what are the future plans and aspirations for furthering freedom of movement for African youth in Africa? Thank you.
Good day. My name is Gobe. I am a journalist as well as a researcher, in particular media. As we talk about culture with media, perhaps, I think structurally governments all over Africa have taken perhaps a defeatist approach to dealing with the heterogeneity of our cultures. If you look at Botswana, for instance, the nationalization project, which brought together all these ethnic groups in Botswana, it sort of killed the diversity of the different ethnic groups. I would assume currently we are facing a challenge as media where the proliferation of South African content into our local viewership is defeating what we should do with media. How do we ensure that we fetishize, perhaps, for lack of a better word, fetishize our local cultures, our languages, so that they are able to deliver the kind of appeal to our local audiences? And again, if we are talking about opening up borders, I'm sure if you look at Africa, we are all related in a sense because of migration. That's something that I think we should tap in through data mining in cultures to find out which cultures are related if we are looking to export our media or film to Africa as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to give my panel a minute each. I know we are running out of time.
Sorry.
A minute each.
Sorry.
I did say I'm taking 3.
Sorry, I sincerely apologize. I just had to squeeze this in. I'm so sorry.
Very, very quickly.
I will be as brief as possible. Again, under my platform, Botswana Agripreneurs Hub, I would just like to ask your panelists for some advice as we are moving towards heading the first ever agro-tourism forum in Botswana. So I would just like to integrate culture into that as the country is also moving towards promoting cultural integrations and all. So I would just like to ask them, what's the best way forward that I could merge cultural tourism as well as agro-tourism for my upcoming event? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Prof?
Thank you very much for the questions. I think I'll try to summarize them all. For the gentleman who was asking about mobility, and then of course the gentleman who was asking about enabling spaces for more diversity and content, I think we're actually doing much better than we have. But a quick tour of history. We've always done great on the continent. In the 70s, we had the Festpacos, the Festacs, and so forth. These were big musical festivals across the continent. Festac and Festpaco, some of them are still ongoing. Ouagadougou still holds the African Film Festival, the ZIF Cultural Festival in Zanzibar. And now in Ghana, for example, the Pan-African Festival, including Coachella, which is coming in January, a platform that enable young African talent creatives to converge and find a space to be together. In terms of how we can do it, agrotourism, African food globally has been one of the biggest ambassadors of global food cuisine. Unfortunately, we often don't recognize it, except of course when you're talking about the war on jollof rice and such. But African cuisine has informed global cuisine. But unfortunately, we don't take credit for that. If you look at America, the southern states of America, the former, I'd say, slave states, Mississippi, most of that cuisine is black cultural cuisine. Brazil, that was mentioned, most cuisine in Brazil of Afro-Brazilians will be infinitely from influence of the continent. The thing that we need to start doing, especially for young entrepreneurs, start looking for a niche in our broad cultural landscape. Pick that what is your strength and run with it. You may be into food culinary skills, it may be textile clothing, it may be hair. African hair is one of the biggest revolutionary creators of diversity in terms of hairstyling globally. Unfortunately, we also don't make most of those. We still take African hair, extension, wigs, whatever you may call them, from China. Let us indigenize or localize those businesses and make sure that we are the manufacturers of the things that we value and actually will wear.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, Prof. Ginny?
It's working. In terms of freedom of movement, before colonization, that's what we did as Africans. We migrated from one place to the other. And part of that is the idea that when you put people who are culturally diverse in one place, it's a melting pot of ideas. That's how you create genius ideas. And if you look at the countries that are really doing well, or cities that are really doing well in Africa, is where you find there is a melting point of cultures from different places in Africa. And so I think we should not fear the freedom of movement that, hey, if I allow Kenyans in Botswana, oh, they're gonna come like this, you know? In your neighbor's house, there is not a huge snake. There is beauty, there is diversity, there is knowledge for you to learn. And I say that because that's the history that we have been taught, you know, that in your neighbors, you know, Zambians are like this, Kenyans are like this. Go tell Nigeria. You know, I think it's a time to say, I need Nigeria, I need Botswana, I need South Africa. And if we embrace that identity or that understanding that we need each other, I think we'll be able to allow that, the exchange of ideas. We will allow those businesses to grow. It's because we respect each other, we love each other, and we are open. And somehow in all that, policies will catch up and we'll find solutions to share land and the resources that we have. So I think it's important to just have that Pan-Africanism idea and embrace it fully.
What beautiful, beautiful answers.
I have one last request. There is a question.
My name is, hello. My name is Hwa Tlhoka Oseloma, born deaf. I'm a managing director of a company called Disopol Sign Language and Media Botswana. The questions are there challenges in the broader cultural discourse that may impact the inclusion and representation of deaf and hard or hearing individuals? Are there specific policy considerations within the big culture debate that could possibly or positively impact the lives of deaf and hard of hearing individuals?
I actually would like, I still have Omar online. I think also when we talk about access of people with disability, it also goes to building to technologies. Do I still have Omar online? Okay, I don't have it. I'll give it to the two ladies. The question. Oh yeah, yes, I do still have Omar online. Omar, would you take it away?
Yeah, yeah. So I think it has been quite interesting, and there are few of these questions that I just want to touch a second, and starting with the one related to sustainability, which and climate change and mitigation, which I think is one of the current biggest issues. And despite Africa contributing only for around 4% of the global emission, we paying once again the biggest price of the Western world reckless in that sense, which again, it allows us to create different and new opportunities and leverage a bit on the global situation. So I think like a step that looks backward, which is, you know, looking towards the past, the heritage, what has been built and how it was built and how we were living in harmony with the built environment, can actually bring us towards a more sustainable future, which is extremely important. And construction contribute for like around 40% of the negative emission in the world. So it's a very big portion of it. And related to the movement, once again, I mean, we tend to consider everything started with, in a way, with the Conference of Berlin, which is 1884. So it's a really quite recent thing in a bigger discourse of Africa, despite impacting hardly and embedding the continent. But I think that when we're talking about a movement between before we're talking about the movement between nations, it's important to start the discourse around movement within the states that form Africa, because moving from rural areas to urban areas is always is a complicated portion, and we tend to see this massive migration from rural area to urban area. So it's also important to trying to make our own state and nations more connected, and then interconnect that with the other continents, so to create the sort of synergies that make us able to have a positive discourse and then a bigger impact in the world in that sense. Because I think, and in conclusion, I really think that probably one of our biggest problem, and we're working towards that, is branding. I'm currently in the US, and they portray that as the most beautiful place ever, but no one mentioned the number of homeless that there are in here, the crisis that I have in the healthcare system, the education that is failure in that sense. So, but Africa, on the other hand, they always portray the bad things. So we need to work a lot in storytelling. When my colleague in the panel was mentioning filmmaking is extremely important. Design and culture in that sense. So I think we all should collaborate in rebranding powerfully Africa.
Right.
Thank
Prof, I'm going to pivot to you with the question on inclusion. You did speak to a little bit to it earlier on, so we can quickly conclude.
No, thank you very much, and thanks for the question. It speaks beautifully to what is possible now with technology and also policy. For example, South Africa is one of those countries on the continent that went a step further in being bold and taking on sign language as an additional language of national languages. That is a huge step. If all African countries can say we will include sign language as a formal language in our language portfolios, that will be a huge step. Secondly, with technology now, which is much more accessible, cheaper, we have more inclusive opportunities for young people, young creatives, especially those living with disability, to get their own content through the media that they can utilize. But especially importantly, what we've seen is the multiplication of opportunity for young creatives. A lot more people living with disability are able to become productive, and their talent to be shown, their passion to be showcased through the creative arts and industries. And I think it's just, again, important that they are not treated as others, they are treated as part of our own total humanity. That will ensure that our policies don't say, we have policies for a person here and then for a person with a disability. Once you have an inclusive policy in terms of your total citizenship or citizenry, you are able then to create the space for them to be able to participate meaningfully, because I'd say disability is not inability. So the capabilities of people living with disability can be harnessed and leveraged, but most importantly, the gateway of technology now is what we can utilize. Thank you.
All right, we're coming towards the end of our panel discussion. James is about to kill me. But the big idea, we want to leave here with that one big idea that we want to do. So I'm going to give you 10 seconds each. What is the big idea in commercializing our culture?
Collaboration. Collaboration.
Great.
We need each other. And so we just have to open up to know that by yourself, you can only go fast. But if we are together, if we combine the arts, if we combine our creative identity, then we can go far. And I think I also want to touch on the idea that culture is progressive. There are some retrogressive cultural practices in Africa. It's okay to allow them to fall back and move forward. What we consume as China culture is not what China was. Or what we consume as European culture is not what it was. They've allowed some things to evolve. So let's give room for that, even as we are all about decolonizing Africa. Yeah.
All right. Prof,
for me,
sentence.
My word is Afrofuturism. I'm a student of archaeology, so I'm an expert of the past, but I'm a learner of the future. And I believe the future has got no experts. All of us can step into the future and design the futures we want for Africa, create the content, actions, and then live the futures we want, not futures that are created by somebody else. And for that, culture, science are included. So there's no price tag which is higher in the future for a cultural activist practitioner as opposed to a scientist or engineer. We are all equal, but we have to create it together.
All right. If I still have my online, Aisha, one sentence. What is the big idea?
Well, the big idea for me is Afrofuturism, which speaks to social imaginary. I think we really need to be unafraid to be as creative about what we do with our culture, our art, our heritage, our language. We need to have pride, I think, linked to that. So it's social imaginary and pride in aid of Afrofuturism. If we take what we already have, and we have such rich material, we can spin that in so many different ways through fashion, art, books, movies, documentaries, everything. And in the same way, touch upon every aspect of our lives that are a challenge right now, the economy, climate, and all that. So we need to dream big, and we need to dream outside the box and the colonized thoughts that we have about who we are and what we can do.
All right, Omar, one sentence. What is the big idea?
Well, I think that Africa is the tomorrow, and has just been a sleeping lion for a while, and now is ready to eat them all and become the main stage. And I think that if we collaborate all together, we create our synergies, we support each other, then we definitely gonna set the direction for the future world and what the world will be in symbiosis with the landscape, with the nature, with the communities, proudness in heritage and opportunity. So we will be the stage of tomorrow.
A round of applause for our amazing panelists. I mean, I'm so reinvigorated, and I hope that you are. A round of applause for ourselves. What a beautiful audience. And thank you as I hand over to James. It's been absolutely amazing. Give it a seat.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. As they walk out of the stage, they've done a fantastic job. A better round of applause for this audience, please. You could agree we could stay another 2 hours and just have this discussion, because there's just so much to discuss and a lot of interesting and exciting things. So without much further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it's that important time of this session, lunch session, okay? I can see through your eyes everyone wants the lunch session. So this is what's going to happen. We have our lunch session starting now. Five minutes before 2 p.m.
But now, I want to say proudly that I was among the first 500 numbers on the African continent that were taken to the hospital. But I also lost people to COVID-19 because the healthcare system in my country needed to be beefed up. It wasn't ready. That is the same story for most African countries. So ladies and gentlemen, I don't know your story, but I believe you were affected by COVID-19 in one way or the other. Either lost somebody, or you got sick yourself, or you got scared at some point that you would die. So I want to take a moment to actually ask each one of us in this room, including my panel speakers, to actually stand and we pay our respects and continue to wish the over 200,000 lives lost to continue resting in peace. Please do join me. A moment of silence. May their souls continue to rest in peace. Let us now dive into this very interesting. Very excited. I am truly excited to have a great panel of speakers right here to talk about COVID-19 and the healthcare system on the African continent. But I also want us to all agree that we cannot confidently speak about post-COVID-19 without talking about the during. So I want us to take a moment and actually give each one of our speakers a moment to speak about how it was for you before COVID-19. I want to start with you, Jack, at the very end. How was it for you in your company, Zipline, before COVID-19? Briefly, in a minute, and also take us through how it was during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Good afternoon. I actually thought you were going to start with Juka, because that has been the norm, starting with someone next to you. It's a privilege to be here. How it was for me, and also for Zipline. And for those who doesn't know Zipline, Zipline is an instant drone medical delivery. So we're in 5 countries in Africa. So we're in Ghana, we're in Nigeria, we're in Cote d'Ivoire, and we're in Kenya. And the business actually started in Rwanda. And just to give you a quick background story with the vision that we have, think about this. Somewhere in the rural areas, there is a mother who is giving birth. And she has a postpartum hemorrhage. She has severe bleeding. And she doesn't have access to medical product, the blood, that she needs urgently. So during the childbirth, we can be able to help her save the child and also herself as well. So the traditional method was initially using a car, using, a motorbike to deliver those medical products directly to her. But with Zipline, so with the new technology, with the drone technology, where the car can be able to deliver within 5 hours, the drone can be able to deliver within at least 40 minutes. So, and when we have seen several cases in an instance where, as we speak now, 75% of blood medical product are being delivered by Zipline outside of Kigali in Rwanda. And this is the same case in also another market. And every 72 seconds, there is a drone delivery of medical product directly going into different health sectors, or different health facilities, if you may, in those different countries that I mentioned. And we have served about 4,000 health facilities in those 5 markets I mentioned. So it's truly an amazing technology, because when I say I work for a drone company, people always tend to say, oh, drones, so we know them in the military, but that's a different perspective, right? Drone can also be able to be used even on the delivery. You can be able to beat the traditional method, delivering with the vehicles, even the motorbikes. So back to your question, with Zipline, how it was before COVID vaccine, we're mainly delivering any kind of medical product, give the blood, or even different vaccine as well, like malaria vaccine. Yeah.
Ms. Juka, Jack, really they were using drones to deliver normal medicines. What about you? What is your story? And how was it for you before COVID-19?
Hello, everyone. I am Juka from the Gambia. And my story before COVID-19 was just someone that was getting into the business world a few months before COVID. And I kept telling myself, if you told me a few years ago, after dodging medical school, that I'll be providing healthcare solutions in my country because there is a pandemic, I will probably never believe you. So I was just getting into business, into tech business, 3D printing. I run a 3D printing company in the Gambia. And when COVID started, we were a few months old, and there was a shortage, obviously, in medical devices, and someone had to do something. So this is how we came in to be first responders for COVID-19, working with the Medical Research Council in the Gambia and solving solutions, providing solutions.
Interesting. Thank you so much, Juka. Now, Mr. Stanley, earlier I know your story that you worked deliberately to ensure that people right here in Botswana, in the deeper areas, were able to get access to medicine. How was your story like before COVID-19 and during the pandemic as well?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good afternoon, Salibonani, Habari, Fatseje. Before COVID-19, Stanley Mapigo was just a chicken farmer, just waiting or preparing to grow up my business. But of course, with my background, my health background, I live here in Tokweng, just by the border. When COVID hit, I saw the problem of drug supply with my own eyes, because there were loads and loads of trucks that were stuck at the border, not able to bring in supplies here. So it really pained me quite a lot. And at that time, we got together as a group of pharmacists, working in the country, both from academia, from the private sector, from the public sector, to see how best we could help, those patients or people who were in need. At the time, everything was closed, as you know, business were closed. There was a lot of disruption in terms of containment. The health system itself was actually disorganized completely. Health staff were getting a lot of stress and psychological mental problems. A lot were resigning, and members of the public, of the community, had nowhere to go to, no help. So we got together as concerned pharmaceutical officers and from different parts of the country, and we decided that we were going to address the problem head on. We formed committees whereby people would actually call us and would communicate with the doctors. Since people could not leave their homes to get their medicines or to get consulted, so we'd communicate with the doctors, collect the medicines, as pharmacists. And I remember having to get several permits from the Ministry of Health to actually go and deliver the medicines, talk to the doctors, and make sure that sometimes I was given information on payments, make sure that the payments were processed if it was from the private sector. So I remember at one point I came to a police roadblock. I had no permit, so I took about 3 meters away, prayed. When I got to that station commander, he opened the gates and I was able to pass and I helped the patient, needy patient. So this is just to illustrate, on how it was. And then with God's help, God's grace, I was then engaged as a consultant to develop an emergency supply chain framework. We call it the playbook in this country, which was USAID funded to help in organizing people in the districts, the people and processes, commodity supply chain, infrastructure and transportation. We have a beautiful document in this country. Is it being implemented? We shall talk about that later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stanley. Let us now get the thoughts of Ms. Racy. You work with 46 countries what was your experience before in the health sector before COVID-19?
Thank you so much, Sandra. So my name is Racy, as she's mentioned. I'm the president and CEO for Novartis Sub-Saharan Africa, managing 46 countries, broken into 3 clusters. That is Francophone West Africa, then I have Anglophone West Africa, then Eastern Southern African market. Headquarters for SSA, Sub-Saharan Africa, Novartis, is in Kenya. That's where the headquarters are. So when COVID started, actually, I was based in South Africa at that point in time. And those who were in South Africa know that there was complete lockdown at that point in time. So we could hear stories of different nationalities getting, their national airlines getting chartered flights for them to go back home. And I was lucky, I was among the people also who got a chartered flight from our national airline to take us back home. And yes, then I moved to Kenya. Before COVID, my team used to go and meet the doctors directly, face to face, and the appreciation, we did not appreciate it at that point in time because we thought we take this for granted, because one of the things we do is also disseminate information, scientific and medical information to the healthcare providers. But during COVID, that had to stop because then you could not see anyone. You're actually pretty much cooked in your room or your house. So we saw that change of coming up with digital solutions to make sure that we were able to see the healthcare providers we needed to meet, but also be very succinct in the messages that we wanted to bring forward to them because the time was not there, and it was also expensive because we were all over the place, making sure patients stayed alive. But also another thing which we also noticed was, at one point, supply of medicine from the factory to the countries became a challenge because of nationalism. So a lot of the countries were keeping medicine for themselves, and then they give others only after they feel they're where they need to be. So at one point, I wish that the way I was chartered from South Africa to Kenya, that some medicine would be done like that for some of the patients. So whether it's malaria medicine, whether it's cancer medicine, whether it's heart failure medicine, because patients cannot wait. Some of these diseases are chronic, they need to be on medication throughout. So that was my experience.
Very interesting experiences from our panel speakers. And the reason I asked is simply to get a perspective of how things have changed, either for the better or not. So I want us now to dive into post-COVID-19 era that we are all in. When you look at the room right now, no one is wearing a mask. And probably no one is even thinking about COVID-19. So have we gone back to business as usual, or have we improved the health sector? What is your experience, Jack, in regards to that post-COVID-19 era?
I'll give this in 2 perspectives. Number 1 perspective is on the Ghana experience. When Ghana finally struggled after a lot of discussion to get the vaccine in the country, and also to start, vaccinating their community or their people, if you may. There was a challenge in terms of, okay, now we have the vaccine in the countries, but how are we going to distribute them in different areas of the country, especially in the rural areas? So now what happened was, on the Ghana experience, Gavi, Zipline, and also UPS have been able to work together to channel a very effective distribution method. And to date, I would say we have delivered about 3 million doses of COVID vaccine via drone. So that's immense itself. And when we talk about the COVID vaccine distribution via drone, because Zipline is also not a drone company per se, right? Because we have an efficient inventory management system. We have a very good cold chain capacity. And coming back to your question, we do not use to deliver medical product in a cold chain perspective, right? That's something that we had to learn with Gavi, and also designing process and also systems, especially on our payload, to see how we can deliver this medical product. And partnering with Ghana API and also Gavi and UPS supply chain, we have been able to deliver equally all the COVID vaccine, not only in the cities, but also in the rural areas.
Thank you so much, Jack. Over to you, Miss Racy, actually, just to get your perspective after post-COVID-19, in the era that we're in now, have things changed for the better? Would you say they have changed for the better? Having gone through the panic, are we doing any better now?
Thank you for the question. I would say yes and no. And why do I say yes? Because for some of us at individual level, I'm sure people have changed the way they operate within their homes, so that to make sure then you're keeping yourself as safe as possible for some of the diseases where need be. From a company perspective, I would say yes in some ways and no, because also then we realized that actually physical calls to the doctors, physical visits to the doctors are not always the way to go. You can still have virtual calls. Someone doesn't need to go to a place physically to relay a certain message. So that has changed, and some of that we are still applying at work. From a travel perspective also, when you look at the carbon emission, etc., I think for us as a company, we're also trying to encourage that the less you fly, the better it is, because then you're protecting the environment, which for me, if it was not for COVID, probably that would not have happened, or it would have happened after such a long time. So that worked well for us from a company perspective. From the healthcare industry, yes and no. My expectation would have been that the governments would have put a bit more budget towards healthcare or towards health. That has not been the case. We are still seeing a lot of sectors really suffering, not having adequate financing, not having sustainable partnerships that actually can outlive people to make sure then things are running whether we are there or not. So for instance, during COVID, a lot of funds were diverted towards COVID. So we saw from a malaria perspective, some of the patients were not getting their malaria drugs. HIV was also one thing. We saw some of the patients were not getting ARVs. So for me, one of the questions that I kept on asking myself, were these partnerships that sustainable? Were they very targeted to make sure then malaria, HIV, TB, it's catered for a long time, or it was a case where a pandemic comes, that's when they divert the funds very quick? These are still patients. It doesn't matter whether you have HIV, whether you have cancer, whether you have malaria. So those are the things that I've seen. They've not changed. I feel we are going back to where we were before, and we are just moving as time goes by. And for me, it's something we need to reflect and see what can we learn from this and make sure that we're implementing what we need to implement.
And yet, I think we shouldn't be going back to how things were before.
Yes.
So this is a question that it would be very interesting for our audience to also be part of the conversation, especially on our social media platforms, by simply using the hashtag KUSIFest 2023 and also sending your questions in light with how COVID-19, how it was before, during, and after COVID-19, and what are some of those aspects that you feel should be adopted, should continue to be adopted, or should be let go. Let us now hear from Ms. Juka. And I know you started your company 3 years ago, almost around 4 years ago, around the same time COVID-19, was starting to ravage the entire continent. Post-COVID, looking back and looking at the lessons that were picked, looking back at the different narratives that were going on, do you think we've gone back to business as usual, or the wonderful initiatives that we've carried on moving ahead?
I think a part of us has gone back to business, but also if there is one thing COVID-19 taught us as a continent, is that we have the solutions here and we were just not using them. Because when COVID started, it showed us also that we were on our own, because for a country like the Gambia, where every medical device or item is imported, like it's so bad you don't even have the numbers or the statistics, because it's just like that. And we were at a position where we could not receive anything. No planes were coming in, no devices were coming into the country, and people were just basically stranded in their own country. So when we started looking for solutions, we realized that we could use technology that we already have to provide the solutions that we needed. Either it was in providing the PPEs for the healthcare workers, to provide adapters for the respiratory devices, connecting the laboratory, producing new laboratory devices for the research centers, and making sure that life goes on in the healthcare system. And everything that we did, we had to do within a short period of time, and it is because we were cornered. So what were we doing before that, and what are we doing after that? Why do we always have to sit and wait for solutions or for problems to happen to come up with ideas or things to do as countries or as a whole continent? So for me, I think what we should definitely have learned from COVID is that we have the solutions, and if we are cornered, we will provide them for ourselves, because we all agreed that the expectations for COVID in Africa were not the reality, basically. So what happened? Is it that Africa was really prepared, but people did not see it? Or is it that we just were not walking ahead of time? So what are we going to do to change this?
What are we going to do to change the narrative of always doing things once they've happened, being caught unawares? Now, Mr. Stanley took a totally different approach, ladies and gentlemen. He decided that for such a long time, the African continent was the European continent was manufacturing medicines for the Africans. He said, let us change the narrative, and said, let me now manufacture medicines for the EU market. Very interesting approach. But if you're looking at the healthcare in Africa in the post-COVID-19 era, how does it look like to you as a founder of a startup that is manufacturing medicine and taking them to the EU market?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Let's take it back a little bit. Just before COVID, I think the health indicators in Africa were beginning to improve. You will know that our leaders had actually taken a principled aspiration towards universal health coverage, which meant that nobody, in Africa should actually suffer from lack of access to healthcare as a result of financial hardship, which was a good move. And there was the Abuja Declaration, I think around 2013, thereabouts, whereby each and every country should actually aspire to spend at least 15% of the GDP towards total health expenditure. So those were good, nice principles, on paper. And as I mentioned, when you look at mother and child health care, PMTCT, prevention of mother-to-child coverage, had improved, and there were fewer deaths, child deaths as a result of HIV-related illnesses. There were more mothers who were going for antenatal care. There was a larger proportion of our population on antiretroviral coverage, and as a result, also the death rates were coming down. When you look at 2010, for instance, we're looking at 1.13 million deaths, and by the time you got to about 2014, it had come down to under 1 million, 0.8 million, deaths related to that, and a lot of other indicators were actually improving. Then COVID came, devastated. What happened in the States? We all know, what happened with Big Pharma. The U.S. government poured money and purchased doses from BioNTech, Pfizer, and so on ahead of time, and hoarded those vaccines. And it is only mainly because, I think, of our good God, that probably we are all here, that we survived. So we have then taken a stand to say, listen, we are a big market, for the EU. We also want the EU to be a market for us. We have identified, I remember meeting at number 2 at Afrixim Bank, African Import-Export Bank, to say, listen, we want to manufacture here in Botswana. So I was like, how are you going to get raw materials from Europe, manufacture here, and take medicines back to Europe? I told him, we have identified raw materials here, what are called APIs. These are active pharmaceutical ingredients, which are here in Botswana, naturally occurring, which are precursors to a lot of medicines. So we are ready to compete with Big Pharma in India and China in terms of API manufacturing. We don't care how long it's actually going to take. We're going to do it. We've approached government. We've gone to government, gone to international organizations. Of course, there are quite several rejections, but we will not relent. And I'm happy that I've met quite a lot of help, people who can possibly help in this KUSI workshop. So we are coming to you, Africa. Help us. Let's go there. And we have identified an FDA, EMEA, European Medicines Regulatory Agency, approved company in manufacturer in London who are ready to work with us. Unfortunately, you need to have very, very strong, in finishing, madam, very, very strong regulatory authorities. They call it level 3 for you to be able to export into that market. And we are going to work towards that. I've previously brought some consultants from Ghana, because Ghana is very good here, into our regulatory authority to make sure that we're going to build our Botswana Medicine Regulatory Authority towards that level, so that we manufacture and sell there too, for the benefit of Africa. So, lastly, COVID has introduced a lot of antimicrobial resistance. There's a lot of resistance on a lot of antimicrobials that we are using here as a result also of COVID, use of disinfectants, sanitizers, and all that. Lancet was beginning to report when we were getting into COVID. So the next potential pandemic that is coming is AMR, antimicrobial resistance. We need to get ready. The question is, are we ready for that as Africa? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stanley. And I had actually hoped that when you said you are manufacturing medicines on the African continent and then taking them to the EU, fellow Africans in the room were going to clap, but they didn't. Are you in support of the idea or not? I mean, is it a good initiative that we are having an African starting up a startup that is making medicine for the EU market? We are getting into their market as well. So I hope that people can embrace that idea here. Now, let us talk about how we would like to see the healthcare in Africa in post-COVID-19 era, in respect with the different health crises that we've had, be it HIV/AIDS, be it malaria and the like. Jack Ndahero, how should we be looking at the healthcare now in the post-COVID era?
I actually wanted to clap for Stanley, but I couldn't because I was holding my microphone. So I think what he's doing is very innovative, and I wish we can have so many people like him who are thinking in that perspective, right? And just to give you an example, and last time I checked the statistics, 90% of vaccine are imported in Africa. So we are still an import-based economy for all these vaccines, right? But what Stanley is doing is more or less on how can we be an export-based, economy, especially when it comes to with healthcare. With my country, Rwanda, what we are doing now currently, and this is an initiative that is being championed by His Excellency Paul Kagame, right? And the idea mainly was, how can we partner with Big Pharma actually to manufacture vaccine, TB, COVID vaccine locally, right? And we have partnered with BioNTech, I'm pretty sure many people here can relate, to build an mRNA vaccine facility. And as we speak now, it's actually due to launch by end of December, right? Where we're going to manufacture, Rwanda is going to manufacture about 50 million vaccine. We're talking about COVID vaccine, we're talking about TB, we're talking about even malaria vaccine, if you may. And guess what? By the time we're starting doing the distribution, we already have a very good, technology that can be able to distribute this across the country, right? And also, let alone also be able to export them in different countries in East Africa, right? That's one of the initiatives that Rwanda is doing, especially when it comes with the local manufacturing. Just to give you an example, and I'm glad I was talking to my brother here, Sam, from BAD. He was just giving a very good example. With Rwanda being landlocked, I'll talk as if, I'm actually a logistic person. So importing one 20-feet container, for example, from China to Rwanda, full of vaccine, if you may, because 90% of vaccine are imported, in Rwanda currently now. So it costs about 1,500, right? And it has to pass through either Mombasa port or Tanzania port, right? And rerouting that same container from, Tanzania all the way to the final destination, which is Kigali, it costs about $4,000. So you can imagine it's probably 3 times, right? But now, since we are going to, coming back to your question, if we're going to be able to manufacture all this vaccine locally, we can beat all that cost. And we're not talking about one 20-feet container. We're talking about multiple hundred of those.
So basically, we should be working towards starting our own manufacturing farms on the African continent. That should be our priority, is it?
That's correct, on mass production, on mass production.
Thank you so much, Jack. I hope our leaders are picking up these solutions that we should be looking at in the health sector. Now, Ms. Racy, when you look at post-COVID-19 era and the health sector in light of different crises that we've had, HIV, malaria, and the like, how should we be looking at the health sector? How should we be performing? What should we be prioritizing?
Thank you for that. My brother Stan here mentioned about the Abuja Declaration, and I think the first format, for lack of a better word, was I think in 2004, if I'm not mistaken. Then 2013, that's when they went again and reviewed it. But as much as that is the case, most of the countries are not at the 15%. So if I look at what the healthcare industry should look like, the government needs to prioritize health. And why do I say that? We are all here because we are healthy, isn't it? If you're not healthy, probably then you'll be having a virtual call to this. So health is everything. Health is the foundation for humanity at the end of the day. Government should prioritize health. But in addition to that, one of the things that was very evident during the COVID period was resourcing. And I'll share some of the statistics. If I look at it from a WHO recommendation, we should have 1 doctor to, I think, 1,000 patients. In some of the markets, we have 1 doctor to 10,000 patients. In some cases, we have 1 bed to 10,000 patients. In some cases, it's even worse for specialties. If you talk about oncology, I know countries where they have 10 oncologists in a population of 40 million people. How is that possible? We should prioritize this. Resourcing is extremely critical post-COVID to make sure then we are mitigating what we need to mitigate in a timely way, that we don't get into a crisis situation for us to start acting. That is one. The second one is from technology perspective. What have we learned from technology that we can take forward going in the future? Jackie has mentioned about the drone delivery, where I know at one point where you're delivering blood samples to different places to enable transfusion to happen in a very timely way, but also for clinical trials, where there are cases where clinical trials need to be done in very remote areas. We actually partnered with Zipline at one point to make sure the samples are delivered in a timely way to make sure then clinical trials are run as expected. But also the third one from what I see the healthcare industry looking is from harmonization of the regulatory framework is extremely critical. It's not right that I cannot bring a product from Nairobi to Kampala. Why? Because the regulatory framework is different. It needs to be harmonized. Yes, as a company, let's say as Novartis, we can do what we need to do internally to make sure we have a universal pack, to make sure we have one dossier, but once it goes to the regulatory authorities, then we need to make sure that the policies are aligned to avoid duplication of stuff across many markets. In some cases, we have to move products to the manufacturing site, then we return them back because the regulatory framework does not allow us to ship across. And just based on what also my brother Stanley had mentioned here also is, which is the fourth point, if you look at logistics aspect, it's cheaper to bring medicine from Europe to here than from Africa to the next African country. Why is that the case? So that is where Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement area for me comes in very critical, because the customs aspect need to be sorted out. It cannot be that people in France, in Francophone, have to go to France before they come to Kenya, because probably there's no direct flight. That cannot be. Those are things we need to look at and see what can we change in the healthcare industry we want for the future to make sure then we have a healthier population, because a healthy population is more votes for the politicians, which sometimes I wonder they should think of it like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Ms. Racy. Now, Juka, I would like you to speak directly to technology. She did hit on it on how Juka, I would like you to speak directly to technology. She did hit on it on how things have changed in COVID-19 and post-COVID-19 and how we should be looking at it. As a person who is inclining towards technology, how do you think we should be looking at healthcare now?
I think the best way to look at it is to collaborate, bring people together. Like, I am in tech, yes, I know technology, and before COVID, I knew absolutely nothing about biomedical engineering, for example. And when COVID started, I had to collaborate with the Medical Research Council, worked in their labs for months just to come up with devices and connectors and medical goods, because they knew what they wanted and could not produce it, and I could produce it. So we collaborated, and also we collaborated on a local level. Outside of the Medical Research Council, we collaborated with local women. These women knew absolutely nothing about 3D printing, and within a week, I tell you, we were able to train them on 3D printing, and they joined the manufacturing team to manufacture PPEs. And this tells you that if we train more people and collaborate with more people, we can have everything that we need for ourselves, and we can also contextualize and make it ours so that we don't have to get it from outside. So I would say using technology and taking it to non-tech related fields so that we can be able to work with everyone and make an ownership of what we're making so everyone can take it on board and accept it. Because we also saw how almost all African countries did the cloth face mask. And at first, everyone was like, oh, this mask will not work, or this mask will not be the ones that you need. But after some time, it became accepted, and people were using it, and it worked. So let's say we can all collaborate, use technology, and contextualize so people can own things and have solutions.
Collaboration, partnerships, Mr. Stanley, just to, in a few minutes, just give us your thoughts on how we can intensify deeper regional cooperation and open borders, just to be an advantage in dealing with post-COVID-19 health challenges moving ahead. She hinted on it, but would also like you to do that as well.
Yes, no, thank you. It's very important, ladies and gentlemen, to have inter-country, collaborations. As I mentioned earlier on, I've previously actually taken the University of Botswana here to Muhimbili University, the chemistry department and our National Drug Quality Control Lab to collaborate, because Tanzania is doing very well. I've taken them to South Africa, to University of Posh in Northwest, to strengthen the collaboration between because previously our National Drug Quality Control Lab was outsourcing, sending testing of medicines, outside the country. And yet our university here, our local university, chemistry department has some of the state-of-the-art equipment right here next door. And yet we're doing that, but we're not talking to each other. So I've taken them there, and they've benefited. I'm hoping that is also ongoing. So it's very, very important inter-country collaboration. Secondly, the issue of medicines regulation. It takes forever for the dossiers to actually turn around. But if you collaborate as countries, we currently have a harmonization process between Zambia, Zimbabwe, Botswana, and Namibia. I think South Africa will be coming on board. It's called Zazibona. In which case, if a medicine is actually registered in any of this country, then it gets automatic reciprocity, in terms of registration here, so that we quicken the process. Otherwise, it takes you 5 or 6 years to bring a new molecule here. What is this? It only happens in Africa and nowhere else. So for me, it's a plus in terms of collaboration.
Thank you so much. We have just a few minutes, but I just want to get 1 or 2 questions from the public. And as we do that, I just want to briefly read some questions that I'll forward to Ms. Racy. And they're saying that how can we ensure that post-pandemic healthcare strategies prioritize the specific needs and well-being of orphaned children and their families affected by HIV/AIDS in Africa, addressing the multi-dimensional impacts of the AIDS crisis on their physical and psychosocial health. This is your question.
Let me to answer that?
Yes.
Great. I'm an orphan myself, so I know what orphans go through, and I know how difficult it can be, especially in an African setup where you find it's not 2 children, it's not 3 children, it's 8, 10, 12, 16, and maybe as a firstborn, then you have to take care of that. I believe it is a role of the government to make sure these orphans, whether they have HIV or they've been affected, not infected, affected by HIV, they are well taken care of. And there has to be systems that would support that. So the government and the community. In most cases, in some of the countries, we still have stigma, which is the biggest thing. And stigma is where? Stigma is in the community. For me, that is where it starts from, where when you're going for your medication, you have to hide. Because otherwise, people will look at you and roll their eyes or start gossiping behind. So those are the kind of things from a moral, cultural perspective, we need to work at it at community level. How do we make sure that we accept these orphans? Orphan in itself is already a stigma. Secondly, you are orphan because of HIV is even a bigger stigma. So that has to come from the community, where they need to make sure these people feel as part of the community. But now when it comes now to the government also has to come in with some ways of supporting the orphaned, so that then at the end of the day, they are getting what they need to get, whether it's education, whether they're still going to the system like any normal person would. But also availing the HIV medicine, for me, is something that is very critical. It's actually a human right if I look at it from that perspective.
Absolutely. Thank you so much to our great panel of speakers. Unfortunately, we won't be picking up more questions, but we want to encourage you to engage on our social media platforms, because we'll be right there to interact with you, and our speakers are present. So you can pass and move to the speaker you'd like to hear from and get this question answered. I apologize for not taking your questions. But ladies and gentlemen, do give my panel of speakers a round of applause. I think they've deliberately brought forward the solution-oriented recommendations that we need to be speaking about as a continent. Partnerships, opening the borders, and taking the community approach among so much and so much. So thank you so much, Jack. Thank you, Ms. Racy. Thank you so much, Stanley and Juka, for being a part of my panel, and of course for respecting the Black idea. I see others did not. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Just in case, do not get tired of me. I'm here with you once again, taking on a different panel. And this time we're going to move away from speaking about health and dive into a totally different conversation on something that affects our day-to-day lives, and that is agriculture and also climate change, areas that I'm very passionate about. Now, ladies and gentlemen, about a decade ago, optimistic forecasts said Africa's farmers and agribusinesses could create $1 trillion food market by 2030 if they could gain more access to more capital, electricity, better technology, and irrigated land to grow high-value foods. And if the African governments can work more closely with agribusinesses, we're looking at 7 years away to the 2030 target as a result of policy actions, climate change, like we've seen in most parts on the African continent, global crises, and population growth. Africa has become the most food import dependent region. And I actually wanted to take a moment to ask you to reflect, think deeply When you're going through your country, maybe going to different supermarkets or different markets, what are some of the products that you feel should be grown in your country, but you're instead actually importing them? So the prospects of agriculture and food scarcity in Africa are not rosy. Experts warn that under current climate projections, Africa will only be fulfilling 13% of its food needs by 2050, causing African countries to lose up to 16% gross GDP as a result of malnutrition alone. Now, I do want to... I should have stayed with, my little friend here. I do want to quickly invite my great panel of speakers to come right up here, and we get into a round table conversation on Africa's agriculture and culture. And do allow me immediately invite, I'm going to take this personal, so better make my microphone good. Professor Margaret Jesang Hutchinson. She is the Assistant Vice Chancellor of Research, Innovation and Enterprise, the University of Nairobi. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Professor Jesang coming through to join our roundtable conversation. We also have Ms. Ohone Madisa. I'm trying to sound like Botswana. I'm not sure I've done it well. She is the Chief Executive Officer, National Development Bank here in Botswana, and she is going to be joining us on virtually. Ms. Madisa, can you hear me? I hope we can get her throughout our conversation. Yes, we actually have her right there. I also want to quickly invite Dr. Naluyima Emma, a smallholder farmer in Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for my fellow Ugandan. Always happy to see them on the international scene on the African continent. I also want to invite Dr. Tamani Kono Mvula, who is the CEO of International Development Consulting. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Dr. Tamani. And finally, joining us on our roundtable conversation is JP Roos, who is the chairman Tuli Block Horticulture Farmers Association, Botswana. Thank you so much. I am excited for this roundtable conversation on agriculture and also climate change. This panel is very exciting for me because on here, we have researchers, policymakers, investors, and also people to give us a real ground perspective because they are in it, they know what is happening, and they will let us in on the challenges that they're having. And I want to start with Professor Hutchinson. This is a question that I know in our previous conversations you've been really excited about. Every time I would mention it, you would say, I love that question. So, Professor, has the African continent dropped the ball on agriculture?
Wow, thank you very much, Sandra, and good afternoon, everyone. I didn't think she was going to ask me that question. I thought it was something else. Because when we talk about where did African leaders drop the ball, I was actually wondering, did they even get the right ball in the first place? Because at independence, maybe they were told this is a ball, it could have been a balloon, maybe they were supposed to play football and they were given one for netball. I do not know. And maybe if I was there, I would also have made the same mistakes. Because fast forward to 60 years after independence, you still had this feeling that if the African leaders had...
Would like some help on the butcher side so that we don't get any interruptions, please.
So I was saying that when I think about where we have come as a continent, I'm left thinking, could we have played the game differently if we knew what we were getting ourselves into as leaders of the continent? Because you fast forward to 2023, and then you're looking back and say, if the African leaders had not come together in 2003 to have the Maputo Declaration and say, enough is enough. We are going to take the destiny of our continent into our own hands and prioritize agriculture as a driving sector for our continent's development, then I don't know where we would have been. So that's why I said I don't know whether they dropped the ball or they did not know what they had, or whether they were given the wrong ball, because then you look at 2003 and then you realize, do they have to wait until they are 50 years before they realize the importance of a backbone? Are they young people? You can still be very agile, doing all kinds of games. When you reach 50, you realize, wow, I have to have an ergonomic chair. I have to think about my backbone. And so you have a sector that has so many challenges, whereby you have what we call feminization of agriculture and feminization of poverty, where 4 out of every 5 poor Africans are women. So there could be many challenges, but we'll dive into that deeply. But I don't know whether they got the right ball. Thank you.
We do have some leaders in here, so maybe after we shall ask them to know if they actually had the ball in the first place or not. Just to get a farmer's perspective, as a farmer in Uganda, a country that continues to suffer the wrath of climate change, drought and excessive floods that we've seen in recent days, do you think as an African continent or as a Ugandan farmer, the Ugandan leaders, have they dropped the ball on the backbone of the economy, which is agriculture?
Thank you. I had never thought about it that way, the way the professor has thought about it. But yeah, I think there's so much going on right now, actually. It's disheartening that in Uganda right now, the rains are really heavy and they're bad as a result of climate change, while in southern Africa, it's drought. And yet, like she said, the backbone of our nation in Uganda is agriculture. But everything, right from education, right from infrastructure, is literally not tendered towards agriculture. And in my country, where we say the backbone of our nation is agriculture, but there's nothing that shows that it actually agriculture. Let it be financing, let it be education, let it be infrastructure. But like the first speakers earlier in the first presentation, let's not lament. What have we done? Like, let me give you a perspective of a farmer. What did I do? I went to school. I'm a vet by profession. And I decided that, okay, what do I do to make sure that I can contribute to my nation? And I just used my knowledge as a vet. And at the same time, I used my knowledge or my mother instinct. And I decided to make a farm, to put food on my table. And I'm using science. And in the process, after doing all this, I saw that I'm successful in what I'm doing. And the next thing I did was, this I'm doing individually. So the next thing I did was to make a primary school, because it all comes back to everything I do now, I learned when I was young. So I decided, if I've been successful in farming, how do I encourage other people to farm? How do I encourage women to farm, to be successful, even if they've not gone to school? So my farm is 1 acre unlimited, and it's on a small piece of land, 1 acre. But I do everything on this 1 acre, and I make a lot of money. And I just needed to make sure that I inspire the rest of the people. But how do I inspire them? I inspire them through education. So I have a primary school called MST Junior School that teaches the 3 things every African should know: time management, value of money, and the culture of saving through farming. Because farming is the greatest timekeeper. And if everyone can do farming or can do these things, farmers are resilient, or the farmers, because farmers are resilient. So if they can do these things practically, and we go ahead and skill these young youth, very young, at a tender age, we skill them, then we are going to be a better nation, or a better Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. And on to yet another farmer. Was actually very sad yesterday when they said you lost, I think, about 8,000. I don't know how much you lost, but your produce, you lost part of it. So from a farmer's perspective, Have we dropped the ball on agriculture?
Afternoon to everyone. Thank you for the question, ma'am, the moderator. It's a difficult question to answer. But I personally, as a farmer, would say yes. I think timing, because of climate change, Africa weren't ready. I don't think the governments were actually thinking of the actual impact that climate change can have on farming as a business as a whole. And I think from my personal point of view, what I saw in my own country is that for the last 10 years, we are actually feeling the impact. And readiness, they weren't ready for acting on climate change. And what is sad is that with climate change, farmers under pressure already. There's no programs either from financial institutions, from what is called in our country BIC, which is Botswana Insurance Corporation. There's no programs that are actually coming to assist farmers in this issue of climate change. So in 10 years, we still have the same problems and it's getting worse. Yes, governments have dropped the ball, and I don't think they've got a plan. Like for now, I was surprised as a farmer to be invited to a platform like this, because farmers are always talked about, the business are talked about, but the farmers are never here to be on the ground and explain actually what is happening and what the problems is in horticulture or agriculture as a whole in Botswana and Africa.
Thank you so much. And I think this is the way forward. The government is coming forward and saying, let us give you a platform to speak. And this is the opportunity for that African farmers should exploit to be able to advocate for their interests and make sure they are heard and also seen. Let us hear from Dr. Tamani. When you look at the African continent and its appreciation of agriculture, do you think we've dropped the ball in terms of creating proper infrastructure, investing in it in terms of financing, or even having a little respect to climate change?
Well, thank you very much. I think maybe before I directly respond to the question that you have raised, I just wanted to emphasize on the importance of agriculture and food security to development. I think at the end of the day, I'm going to link up to what you have said. Yesterday, when we were having the high-level panel, this issue was also touched on. But I just wanted to point out that when you're talking about food security is a prerequisite for development. And as a matter of fact, there is no country that has ever developed before answering the question of food security. If countries develop without answering the question of food security, in most cases, they become unequal societies because there are a lot of people that are being left behind. And when you are talking about this vision, the Africa 2063, it will only be achieved if everyone is involved. And the people can never be involved if they are hungry. Innovation can never happen if people are hungry. If people are hungry, the only thing that they innovate about is how to find food. So it is very important. So maybe going to your question in terms of investments and what governments have done, I may say that there is a lot that has happened. Of course, I know attending food security is not only the responsibility of government. Of course, here we have got farmers, we have got the academia, all of us have to get involved. But when you look at the Africa level, there are instruments that have been developed. My colleague talked about the Maputo Declaration and the CADAP. This was an initiative that African governments took, that we don't have to be food beggars when we have got all the infrastructure, all the things that are needed. So in 2003, African countries came together to come up with a CAADP through the Maputo Declaration. And this was also reinforced with the Malabo Declaration. But I think the challenge that we have now is to look at whether what we had committed ourselves to do in these declarations are indeed taking place. Because in terms of investments, there was a commitment by government to at least invest 10% of their budgets to agriculture development. Is this happening? Since 2003, about 43 countries in Africa, they have committed to the CAADP, and the 39 countries are actually implementing the CAADP in their national agriculture investment plans. So if you look at the institutional framework, it's there. But now the question is, how are we financing it? How are we making sure that it trickles down to the farming community? So that it's not only at the continental level or at the national level, but also at the farming community level. So I may say that institutional framework are there. Financing mechanism, I think, is an issue that we can discuss further. But in terms of institutions, I think we have adequate institutions that could drive agriculture development in Africa.
So basically, the African continent has embraced agriculture but can do more.
Yes. So in terms of realizing the importance of agriculture, it is there, right? All these commitments that are there, to me, shows how committed African governments are. But the thing is now, as I said, that we need to go down to the farming community. How much are we supporting the farming community to see to it that what we have committed at the continental level are indeed a reflection of what is happening on the ground?
Great, thank you so much. I want us now to move to Ms. Madisa, that is joining us virtually. And the fact that you're from right here in the land that is hosting us, Botswana has a success story in its beef industry. And in light of the previous question of has Africa dropped the ball on agriculture, I would like to get your perspective on how Botswana has gotten it right in terms of its beef industry and how other African countries can tap into that wisdom.
Thank you very much. But just before we go into the beef industry, I just like to add around maybe where we dropped the ball. If you look at the age in Africa generally, we are getting younger and younger. But if you remember very well, agriculture is known to be very hard, and it's known to be just for the retirees, the pensioners, and so forth. So what is important as a continent, we really have to make it appealing for the youth to make sure that they are able to join in and become the future farmers. As it is, our generation is getting younger. They need to be supported to participate because they are the future. And moving on to the beef industry, indeed, I would say we are a beacon of success. We have done a few things that maybe have actually made sure that we are where we are. Government has been deliberate in supporting this sector and ensuring that there are grants that are availed, and also empowering our small farmers in terms of subsidizing things like vaccinations, and also making sure that we subsidize feeds, especially in terms of droughts, as we are really prone to drought. We also have now moved into artificial insemination, something that we are driving very hard. So it's really important to be deliberate in supporting this sector. And what we've also done that was very different was zoning of areas. So we've got a very good mechanism in terms of disease control, as well as being able to trace our livestock. So that's one of the success stories. As you can see, in 2021, we were able to export approximately 41,000 metric tons. So it's something that we are quite deliberate at supporting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much, Ms. Madisa, on that. And that reflection on Botswana's success story sort of ties into what Rwanda is doing. They're excelling pretty well at the irrigation system. And Professor Hutchinson, you've had great experience in terms of researching on the African continent, and you've gotten a touch of how different countries are embracing agriculture. Talking of success stories, where we can pick and draw some examples, we've drawn some from Botswana. What can we draw from Rwanda's irrigation system?
So, again, thank you very much for the question. I must, before I answer the specific one for Rwanda, say that there are isolated cases, because we look at the continent itself, there are isolated success stories that we can learn from. You've talked about Botswana, but also the issue of irrigation is very successful in Rwanda. And the only challenge, if we were to multiply that across the entire continent, is that our level of support for research and development is still very low, at only 1.3% of the global budget that is used for R&D. So if we are going to go as a continent to the next level, where we are going to be a world-class continent, competing with the likes of the North or Europe or US for that matter, then research and development must drive our agenda for sustainability, for impact, and that is where we think that as much as we have some good stories from Rwanda, it's not enough, because if you go to other countries, they are dealing with serious prolonged drought, or when there is excess rain, like now El Nino, then everything else is lost. And so when we are looking at it in a holistic manner, we are saying, yes, we can learn, but I think the R&D environment that's supposed to drive the innovation agenda in Africa is still very weak. And if you look from the academia where I sit, the private sector is largely absent from the research agenda that we are conducting. So you find professors are doing research just to go up on the academic ladder, but has no impact in the communities. So where you have participatory research, where it's not just the government alone, but every citizen pulling their weight in their little spheres. I know in Kenya we tried to do some irrigation on maize, but the success stories are still limited, and I think these are lessons that we are saying, this is the Africa we want. Pick whether it is manufacturing in West Africa, whether it's the fruit juices, whatever is coming from our research institutions, how do we utilize them to support the farmers? Because again, the challenge that I see, which is not really the Book of Lamentations, but who is setting the agenda for research? If 95% of the funding that we receive in the research institutions is from foreigners, then he who pays the piper calls the tune. And therefore, we don't have clear research agenda to say, for Kenya, this is what we need to do. For Uganda, this is what we need to do. So you find farmers are really doing their part in terms of the production. They are doing an excellent job. But largely as a continent, if we are to move as a movement, as one body, as one great engine of transformation, then we must ensure that we fund our research and development, we fund the sector, because the data that we have from the CADIP is that only Rwanda is on course to meeting its targets in 2063 for the Africa agenda on agriculture. So we are still lagging behind, and so that's why we are calling on both the private sector, if it's government, if it is academia, if it's research institutions, if it's the farmers who are really on the front soldiers, that each one of us is pulling in the right direction, because as soon as you have policies that are not driven by evidence from research, then we are also doing our policies amiss, we are not implementing them. And so this is really a rallying call for an urgency for us as a continent to say, each one of us, whether we celebrate today Rwanda, how can it be sustained and how can it be multiplied within our continent? If it is the beef industry, can we look for strategic advantages for different countries so that we don't do the same thing because somebody else is doing it, but then together we can say, what is your strategic advantage as a country? And we do the mapping just the way Botswana has done. We map the entire continent and have an engine of transformation that nobody can stop.
Thank you so much, Professor. It's very sad that we are struggling to pick successful examples on the African continent. And I want to move this question to you, Dr. Tamani. In light of climate change at the back of your mind, what should the African continent be doing to address the challenges that do affect the agriculture sector on this continent?
Yeah, I think firstly, let me agree with what the professor said on the issues of research and development. Because when you're talking about climate change, for us to deal with the issues that are coming with climate change, we cannot rule away science and technology. We need to have new varieties of maize that are drought resistant, those that are maybe early maturing and all those. All those will come in because of investment in science and technology. But also, the other thing is that I also want to emphasize from what the professor talked about is the lack of diversity in Africa's agriculture. You will see that over 90% of production in Africa is done under rain-fed, right? Very little irrigation is happening on the continent. Now, when you're talking about climate change, you're talking about things like drought and all those things. So this is why climate change is becoming a big issue, because we don't have any other means of producing food other than relying on the rains, which are very much being affected by climate change. The other thing is also about diversity in terms of the diets that we have in Africa. You see that much of Africa, or much of the diets in Africa, they are cereal-based. And when you're talking about the crops that are being affected quite a lot by climate change, they are cereals. You talk of maize, you talk of rice, you talk of these other cereals. Because the science has shown, or research has shown, that a 2% increase in temperature is going to lead to about 50% reduction in the production of cereals. So if we don't diversify in terms of production systems, that's going much into irrigation, diversify in terms of the kind of crops that we are producing, then climate change is going to be a very big issue in Africa. So I think it is time for us to ensure that we change our thinking. Maybe our institutional framework needs to be time to rethink, so that we think quite a lot in terms of how the climate is changing and how can we also change in terms of the kind of investment that we have, the kind of production systems that we have, and even the diets that we have on Africa. I think if we do that, then we may be able to mitigate against most of the challenges that are coming as a result of climate change.
Great, thank you so much. Now, speaking more on the solution-oriented side, JP, as a farmer, it's true if we say that the African continent has become the hub for raw materials. As a farmer, how can farmers out there watching us today add value to their products to ensure that they can compete favorably on diverse markets?
Yeah, well, it is good news. I've recently, last week, I think, Zambia delivered the first fertilizer to Botswana. You know, with the Russia and Ukraine war, when that started, our input costs rose by 65 to 70%. So, as a farmer, we would like to see that Africa should be providing for itself, either from raw material, produce its own products, and be exporting the whole continent. We shouldn't be reliant on Western countries or Russia or Ukraine or everybody for raw material, which is available in Africa. And I think, and that's once again when investment in research is coming to play. It is to look on how Africa can be self-sufficient from a pesticide up to a paper bag where you put a potato in. And just to come back on what he was saying about the success story, if you look at Botswana, where my grandfather was still farming and my father was farming in this country, where Botswana were as a producing country and where we are now, let's say 15 years later, it is a huge impact that was made by a pro-agricultural government, and the time and effort that they took to actually motivate farmers to do more. I think it was on Friday, last week Friday, Saturday, our assistant minister was actually talking to the Botswana public to tell them about the expansion of the closure of border. That is just motivating us as local farmers to really produce more, to lay their foundation, to build on that foundation, for us to be in 3 or 4 years' time to be at a place that we as Botswana farmers can compete with any African country. But to do that, you need, like the professors were saying here, is that everybody should come to play. That is from the farmer, the financial institutions, the insurance companies, up to government. Everybody has a role to play, and including the consumer. So, like I said, Africa is a country with a lot of raw material. It's got a lot of talent. In our country ourselves, my phone don't stop to ring about small farmers that, or young people that want to get into horticulture. Not in horticulture, but in horticulture. They want to plant potatoes, they want to do onions, they want to grow, they want to feed this nation. And like the CEO of NDB was saying, is that we need to be an example for the youth to be interested and to get interested into farming.
Great. Now, speaking of investment and financial institutions, I do want to bring in Ms. Madisa once again, and I would like to pick your perspective on the available funding opportunities that can be implemented and will benefit the farmer, and how farmers can position themselves to attract funding from financial institutions. Because it's not a lie, it's a fact that people shy away from agriculture because they think it's a very risky business. So how can farmers strategically position themselves to attract funding that will help them to scale up their operations?
Okay, I think in the Botswana context, I must say government has really put in a lot towards, putting in subsidies towards farming. So as an example, for arable farming, there is a program that has recently been launched. It's a program that was revised, wherein it caters for everybody. It looks at first ensuring that there's food security at the household level. So people who are earning lower incomes of at least around 2,500 pula, they are able to venture into farming at a very small scale, so long as they are able to feed themselves. In addition to that, we also have programs for the bigger commercial farmers to ensure that they are able to provide food security for us. So in that program, it's all encompassing, it cuts across all segments to make sure that at least we become food secure. And yes, indeed, I'd say agriculture is very, very risky, and it's important that all players come to the party. One of the difficult positions that we are in is issues of insurance. What happens if, for example, there is a drought? So we have also been deliberate in ensuring that we move towards what we call smart farming, where we have been looking at entities and donors that have grants who encourage smart farming and pass on that benefit to our clients. As an example, we recently launched one where we had a donor that contributed 65% as a grant, and the farmer could then borrow around 35% or contribute 35%. But we were encouraging smart farming because indeed with climate change, it's really difficult to only rely on rain-fed. And yes, there's room for improvement. If we just look at our funding, we need what we call patient capital, because if you look at the farmer, they need more time to either prepare the land, to make sure that it's ready for a season, and give them moratoriums to be able to set up. And it then talks to the funding, even from financial institutions. Where we get the funding, we have to have those, relaxed terms and concessions to be able to pass it on to the consumer. And it's something that we are deliberate at and looking at the different funding models that we can improve. Because yes, we are not there yet in terms of funding.
Great. Thank you so much. I want now to open the conversation to the audience. If you have any questions, please keep them brief and also let us know who you want the question directed to. To our ushers, please help us. We seem to have quite a number of questions. Let us start from the very end, right there.
Mine is not a question. Thank you so much for your panel discussion, very informative. My name is Watito Pel David. I'm a CEO of Volti Global Botswana. In one of our initiatives, we have a smart greenhouse that we feel can be used by Botswana. Yeah, so I'm going to be brief. When you avoid weather, climate, because you plant and your plants die because we don't have rain, we have a lot of sun. So it's best to use smart tech, and you can use my smart greenhouse. If you want to know more about it, I'm here. If you're into farming, thank you.
Great, thank you so much for letting us in on that solution. A round of applause for you. More questions? Yes.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Romeo Goa. I am a student at the University of Botswana. My question is based on education and the initiatives that can be done to excite us as young people. As much as we are taught agriculture from our young age, what can be done as farmers? What can be done to excite us apart from funding so that we can venture into agriculture, because we are the future of tomorrow and we are planning to see Africa being the best producing continent ever. So what are the initiatives that are planned for us to excite us as young people? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think, Emma, that should be your question. I think you will actually respond to that since you're doing the same currently. Let's pick another question right in the middle. Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nathan Rabrix Clipper I from Hulu Conservation Africa and Sunnysoft Gardens. I'm an organic farmer. And this question is to Mr. Meneer Roos. Africa, and climate change. My question to Mr. Roos is, how far do you think our genetic capability as Africa has to the global market? Having seen current developments in our industry, being the seed manufacturing scene of things, where we have GMOs and what we call hybrids. This is from a point of concern, since I do conservation agriculture. I don't see any opportunities or platforms for African indigenous grains, that of which are the backbone of any agricultural society. I'm going to use an example of what you call the Three Sisters. The Three Sisters is a farming technique that has been used for generations to come. It was started by Native Americans, and it is meant to restore the quality of the earth. So Three Sisters is a principle of three main crops, where you'd farm maize, beans, and butternut on the same patch, where they feed off each other. The maize acts as a trellis for the beans as they grow. the beans restore the nitrogen into the ground that is necessary for the plants to keep growing, and the butternut is a cover crop for the rest of the plants that are growing in that environment. So now in regards to commercial farming, how far are we going to push the agenda of heirloom seeds or open pollinated seeds over the big brands such as Monsanto's and the sorts, which get endorsements from governments as seeds that are supposed to be used by locals to plant, of which degrade the quality of the soil and the genetic offering and microorganisms of our environment? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's try to keep the questions brief, please. Let's pick some questions here at the very front. There's a lady over here. Ushers, please. Keep the questions brief.
Greetings from Differently Abled Entrepreneurs Village. It's a company limited by guarantee and represented by the Secretariat Office. It's an organization that aims to gap all the, or to bridge the gaps that we have in all the sectors that we have. And is run by young people who are accredited with Africa Agenda 2063, and they are digital ambassadors. We come here with so much expectations amongst all the presentations that has been made so far, inclusive those of yesterday, even today, and even our main one being agriculture, where we would want to make products out of them, especially at the time where everything is being done digitally. And what we are calling for in everything that we do, that at all times we need to be inclusive. That is, to make sure that when we do our planning, when we do our programming and implementation, so that we may be able not to leave anyone behind, and so that we may be able to have progress when it comes to the Sustainable Development Goals that needs at all times to be merged with the United Nations Convention of Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And when we say it's not limited to vulnerable population, we are inclusive of all the marginalized groups, inclusive the youth, inclusive the orphans, and inclusive women, and any other category of a marginalized person. So therefore, we are calling that at all times, like, for example, even our interpreter, to interpret for so many hours is not healthy for her. So these are the things that we are calling for, that as we go digital, at the same time, we should make sure that we do provide those technical support or devices, and also human support. But now when coming maybe to technical devices, we really recognize and we are eagerly waiting so that we may be able to participate in the forthcoming open call that is just about to be cascaded to all of us in Botswana. That is the Levy on Technical Devices Fund. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do allow our panel speakers to respond to the questions that were directed to them, and we'll be wrapping these up shortly.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to commend the youth in this room. You are 3/4 here. I thank people in Botswana. And now, one thing I forgot to tell you, MST stands for Math, Science, and Technology. We deliberately chose that name for the school because science, math, and technology are the three things that make the world move. And with your question, you, the youth, saying how should we entice you? right from the beginning. So my primary school is a primary school from, we take children as from 5 to 12. But while they're in the school, they're doing normal school with the bias to agriculture. So they're doing things like robotism, making sure you find a 10-year-old making a robot to irrigate, you know, and then we are using science, we're using computer to study. So this is already interesting for them. And we are not training farmers per se, but we're just opening their minds so that, remember we've said a backbone of our country is agriculture. So we want them to think through that even if they become policymakers, even if they become whoever, they're thinking about agriculture. So that's one thing. And then for the rest of you, like the youth, like on my farm, the farms, and I think almost even JP told me, like our farms are open to everyone. They are open to like the youth. The youth come in like they come in as schools. They come in as the university attaches students to us. And on our farms, take for example my farm, I use different technologies. I use hydroponics. I use aquaponics. I use integrated farming. So all these things that the youth come in, they see and they learn and they get enticed. And let me tell you something. We're not asking the youth. You don't necessarily have to be. You don't necessarily have to be primary producers. I'm a primary producer, but you can embrace agriculture on the value chain. You can do so much. You can do, take for example, there's a lady in Kenya she's actually an IT person. She invented a tech called M-Farm, and on this, all she does is that farmers like us who are in primary production, just go to this app and subscribe to it, and then the logistics, like maybe the people like Zipline or any other organization or truck. So you just sit here on your farm and say, you suppress to this, and then all you do is say that I have so many kilograms of maybe onions or pork, whatever, and the truck comes to you. You stay at your place, at your farm, and then the truck comes to your place, you pack, you know. So youth could do all these things. So you don't have to necessarily engage in primary agriculture, but you could if you want. And then things like our colleague said, I would like to commend the Africa Development Bank. They are doing this, I've forgotten what he said, but that funding for the youth. And right now on my farm, actually today, I've just graduated 60 youth, and we are training them as to be they're farming as a business. The challenge why Africa has failed is I think we are taking agriculture as either hobby or for failures. No, doing agriculture as a business.
Great. So, and now, as you wrap up, I can tell the passion is getting further and further, but just to wrap up this conversation, when you looked at the topic today and as you bid your farewell on this panel conversation, what is it that you want the young person in this room to remember about agriculture and also climate change, and also for the policymakers and the investors, in just a few words? And when I say a few words, I don't mean it the African way, I mean it, that really few words.
So, for the youth, embrace agriculture. Agriculture is cool, it's sexy, and it's the youth to make sure that we make it sexy and make it cool. For the policymakers, education, everything. Policymakers, finance, can you please put money into education, but towards farming and towards changing the education system so that everyone, it doesn't really matter whether it's agriculture or anything. Let's change the education system, and this education system should be towards making solutions tailored for Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ms. Madisa joining us virtually. What are your parting shots?
Thank you. I think, yes, going back to the youth, I like the tagline, making agri sexy. But yes, as funders as well, we need to make sure that we've got value propositions targeted at the youth, where it's easy for them to get access to funding, and most importantly, be mentored by the likes of JP Roots, because I know that we've got hungry youth out there that are willing to get on to this game. But our challenge will then be, let's also get proper value propositions for them so that they also have access to funding as well as access to land. Thank you.
Your parting shots, Professor Harshington, when you look at today's conversation, what is it that you want the policymakers, those on the research side, farmer to know and to have at the back of their mind towards creating solution-oriented recommendations?
Thank you very much for your attention. And just a quick one that what you can take home today is that the university of today are not the ivory towers of the past. We have opened our doors to the private sector so that we can co-create a better program, better curriculum that is embracing the youth. And so for the youth, we are not giving you just the lectures alone, but we are attaching you to farmers like my friend here. We are taking you on student exchange programs to Israel, to other developed jurisdictions, so that your mind can open up and you can participate on any part of the value chain, from input supply to the technology transfer, to the value addition, to market access, use of technology. We are now making sure that we mainstream. And to our women farmers, you are not being left behind. We don't want that situation where when the zero-grazed cow died, there was a celebration because everybody was wondering why the cow is near you. You can do your triple roll. But when the cow died, the women celebrated. They said it was just like one other child, too much work. So we make sure the technologies that we give you or we develop together are actually responsive to your needs as a woman, as a young person, as an older person. And so together, let us push our government to support the agriculture sector, but more importantly also to support the research and development so we can innovate and give solutions that are relevant to our continent, not just importing technologies from other countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. Dr. Tamani, your parting shots.
Well, I think my word is going to our leaders at the African Union, that it is time to rethink the CADAP, because what has happened in the past 3 years, the issues of COVID-19, the war in Ukraine, have shown how much food systems in Africa are vulnerable. So I think it's time that we rethink the CADAP so that even African countries should also align to the new thinking in terms of how should we produce food and transport food and process food in Africa. So I think the new CADAP should mainly look at issues of food systems more than the way it is now, because currently the emphasis is mainly on production. Let us allocate 10% of our budget to improve production. But over the years, we have seen how much CADAP has been failing. So I think it's time that we have time to rethink, redesign the CADAP so that we address the emerging issues that are affecting the continent. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And finally, JP, what are your parting shots as a farmer speaking to fellow farmers, investors and policymakers?
Well, thank you. I would like to see in my country and in Africa that as a farmer needs to adapt on a weekly basis, not a monthly basis, not a seasonal basis, on a weekly basis due to climate change. The structures that financial institutions makes available for farmers, it's structures that were working 10, 15 years ago. They should adapt to accommodate farmers so that we can get the pressure and the risk that the farmers takes. Let's divide it through everybody, because everybody is benefiting through food security. And I just want to quickly, to my Botswana friend there at the back, if you want to invest into agriculture, we need agronomists in this country. We do not have agronomists. We don't have people that is doing research, invest in technology. That is what we have done through the private sector. The technology is available in Europe. is available in the Western countries that will and is working in Africa. So we just need to do our research properly and see what we need to bring to Africa, to the continent, and learn from that technology so that we can change on that technology if we need to adapt to African conditions. And there was another question about seed and stuff like that. I'm not into grains. I know Namibia and Botswana do not import genetically modified seed. We really need, as a country, to look at that because of the climate challenge. And we do precision farming, but in the way that you are describing, we do it in a similar way, but different times. So we are not doing it in one at a go, like you are saying, but we do have potatoes after potatoes. We do a crop rotation with maize. After maize, we do beans. So that is how we keep on conditioning our soils. It's the same way that they've done it in the past, but we just fine-tune it a bit so that it can work for us.
Thank you so much. A round of applause to my great panel of speakers. I also want to say thank you for being a great audience, so a round of applause for yourselves. I know this conversation can go on and on, but I just want to encourage you to meet our speakers right after the conversations today, and you can get more insights into the things you need. But for me, my parting shot is just one. Creating the Africa we need 2063 will need a holistic approach. It's one thing to have these conversations in this boardroom and another to action when we get out. So all of us have a role to do. Whether you're a farmer, policymaker, researcher, government official, there's a lot you can do. If you're a young person like myself, how are you trying to entice young people into the agriculture sector or to speak passionately about climate change? The ball is in our hands, all of us, and not just one sector. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I've been your host, Sandra Kahomza Twino Video.
Okay, a better round of applause for our panel as they leave, giving us all the knowledge and information. That was just an exciting session. So, I want us to find the next session when we are up and ready. So, let's get some blood on your feet and your hands again. All right? Please stand up. All right, find a good space. Just look at your hands and see if you can find a good space where you can stretch. Okay, I need to stretch your hands, all right? Find your space. All right, those who are sitting, I'm still waiting for you. Everyone would have to participate in here, okay? We're going to play a simple game. Where's my cameras? Going to play a very simple game. Everyone knows how to spell, okay? So we're going to spell the KUSI Ideas Festival. All right? We can spell it, right? Can I get a volunteer? Okay, volunteer, where's the camera? There. I want the camera to focus on her. And yes? I need a camera. Someone with your hands up. Camera. I want to see them here. I want everyone to see them here. Okay? Okay, cool. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to spell KUSI Ideas Festival, but you're going to do it in a different way. So, hands here. Follow me. Here. Okay? So, we do KUSI. Okay? All right? Then we do you. Okay? Then we do. Okay, then. Come on, stretch. You have to do a proper eye. All right? So that's what we're going to do. KUSI Ideas Festival. Very quickly, very simple, because we all know how to spell. Okay? Right. You can see yourselves. So let's go. KUSI Ideas Festival. K. All right. U. S. I. All right. F. All right. E. S. T I V A L I D E A, then? Fantastic. You are a great, great audience. All right, ladies and gentlemen, to our final panel of the day. This is why we are all here. Everything that we've discussed comes and boils here. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as we bring this panel to discuss 20 years ago and 20 years now, moderated by none other than Joe Ageo, who's the editor-in-chief of the Nation Media Group. A round of applause, please.
Wow. Now, one of the most common questions these days of virtual things and everything is, can you hear me? So please, if you can't hear me, just raise your hands. Oh, someone just raised their hands that they can't hear me. Anyway, as James has said, my name is Joe Ageo. I work for the Nation Media Group. I'm a journalist by training and practice, and for this particular session, I am designated as the moderator, but in actual fact, I have been asked to perform 3 concurrent miracles. One of them is to lead a discussion about the scorecard of Africa after 2 days of very intense conversations about the exact same issue. The second one is to keep your attention this late in the day. And the third miracle, which I hope to perform also, is to do all of that in 1 hour. I think you could clap for me or sympathize with me, whichever one you find most attractive. Thank you very much. Now, to look at the last 20 years of Africa is to look at a story of great contradictions. Of course, contradictions are not unexpected in a continent with a population of nearly 1.5 billion people spread across 54 nations. And as we have heard since yesterday, the continent has had its fair share of ups and downs, ebbs and flows, desperate situations, and an enduring hope, which is the reason why we're here. Now, the continent has witnessed the emergence of a growing middle class, and some of the world's fastest growing economies are to be found in this continent, whether you are talking about Rwanda's 7.9%, Cote d'Ivoire's 7.1%, the 6.4% recorded in Benin last year, the 5.6% in Tanzania, and that list could go on. Indeed, according to an outlook by the African Development Bank, the continent is set to outperform the rest of the world in economic growth over the next 2 years, with the real gross domestic product GDP averaging around 4% in 2023 and 2024. Across the continent, a vibrant youth population is driving diverse innovations at dizzying speeds. That ought to be said. Smartphone adoption is spreading like the proverbial bushfire in the West African harmattan, estimated to reach 87% in sub-Saharan Africa by 2030, up from just 51% last year, and with that opening immense possibilities for the continent. Indeed, compared to other regions, as of 2021, the African continent leads mobile internet usage with a full 13% over the global average, and almost 5% more mobile usage than Asian regional markets. However, a significant number of places in the continent continues to grapple with the challenges such as entrenched elite power, internal conflicts, substantial debt, dwindling healthcare, inexplicable trade barriers, solid borders, and that list could also go on. Now, the question that we face this afternoon as we come to the end of this wonderful 2 days of very detailed, very incisive, very illuminating conversations is this: where do we go from here? Because the ebbs and the flows have been many, yet here we are with yet another opportunity, all of us gathered here and others joining us, online to reflect on where we have been, where we are today, and where we could yet go. Are we going to look east or west, or as Osagiefu Dr. Kwame Nkrumah once said, shall we say, we face neither east nor west, we face forward. Now, on my panel this afternoon to unpack the mixed bag that I just referred to and to peer into the future, I have the following. It's an eminent panel, you wait for it. Boto Kebabonye Bayendi, Director, Strategic Planning and Delivery, that is OSPD at the African Union. Please give her a round of applause. All right, Dr. Alfred Sheboreng, Managing Director of EIA Projects. This is a company that focuses on environment and infrastructure development all across Africa. Please give him a round of applause as he comes up here. Yes, we also have a decorated human rights lawyer based in Lesotho, but tackling some of the biggest contemporary human rights questions, and I'm talking about Linneo Tsetkoane. Last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome up here Boyce Lepimotsue Sebetela. That is the Chief of Staff, Office of the President here in Botswana. You didn't clap. You didn't hear what I said. He is the Chief of Staff, Office of the President here in Botswana. And we will hear from that eminent panel in just a moment. But let's start with some brief virtual reflections from Alice Nderitu. Alice Nderitu is the Undersecretary General and Special Advisor on the prevention of genocide. She's based in New York at the United Nations. Let's hear from her, then we will welcome our panel.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry not to join you in person today at the 5th edition of the KUSI Ideas Festival. 75 years have passed since the United Nations General Assembly adopted the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. This convention, for the first time ever, codified the crime of genocide as the first human rights treaty adopted on 9 December 1948 to effectively protect fundamental rights and to allow people to thrive in their societies, regardless of their ethnicity, race, nationality, or religion. It was followed one day later, on 10 December 1948, by the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. I am leading efforts to commemorate this convention at the same time as the KUSI Ideas Festival happens. Reflecting on Africa's last 20 years and looking ahead to the next 20 compels me to reflect on the importance of working together to foster peaceful, inclusive, and just societies, and to do everything in our hands to ensure that conflict, genocide, and related crimes are not part of the future of Africa. We mark this year's 75th anniversary of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide and the International Day for Victims of Genocide on 9 December 2023 with the theme, A Living Force in World Society, the legacy of the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. Raphael Lemkin, the Polish lawyer who coined the term genocide and who contributed greatly to the process of drafting the convention, had hoped that it would indeed become a living force in the world society. Next year, 2025, marks 30 years since the genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. To date, 153 states have ratified or acceded to the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, the latest of which is Zambia. To implement the convention, many states have adopted national laws criminalizing genocide. Others have gone further and have actively implemented actions to honor its principles, including through the establishment of national committees for genocide prevention. The combination of a strong legal architecture and a robust policy framework is imperative to ensure that all possible prevention measures are in place and that punishment can happen when prevention fails. This is important. Many people often think of genocides as events in history or something that happened to the Tutsi and the moderate Hutu in Rwanda. Yet today, in many parts of the world, including several African countries, we continue to see various situations presenting risk factors conducive to genocide. Genocides are not spontaneous or random events. To engage in the level of violence associated with genocide, perpetrators need time to develop their capacity to do so, mobilize the resources they'll require to carry out their plans, and take the various steps that will help them achieve their objectives. This process can in fact take years or even decades. Throughout this process, there are several warning signs, such as we have seen in Darfur, Sudan, which means that there are also several opportunities for local, national, and regional actors to support action to prevent further escalation. Such warning signs include identity-based hate, dehumanization of violence, widespread human rights violations, and not holding perpetrators accountable. So to make Africa's Agenda 2063, making the dream come true in the next 20 years in relation to the prevention of conflicts and genocides on the African continent, we must do the following and more. We must identify and address the drivers of conflict that include the absence of the rule of law and economic deprivation. We must create and support a culture of peace, of enhancing mediation and traditional dispute resolutions, and participatory and inclusive. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry not to join you in person today.
All right, thank you very much. That is Alice Nderitu joining us virtually from New York. She's Undersecretary General, Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide, raising interesting question there. And Linneo, I will just start with you as we pick up from where she left it off. Over 50 years ago, Mwalimu Julius Nyerere of Tanzania said the following: "We spoke and acted as if, given the opportunity for self-government, we would quickly create utopias. Instead, injustice, even tyranny, is rampant." 50 years later, would you agree?
Sadly, yes. And it's a painful admission because when you look at where we are now and you compare it to where we have been, there are many missed opportunities. There are many occasions where we were forced and cornered into unity, but we still chose to segregate. I think the most apparent one was COVID-19. We were stuck with a calamity that was indiscriminate, a calamity that exposed our weaknesses, but even then, it's 2023, we are almost out of it, but we still seem not to have learned anything. I'm from a small mountainous kingdom in Lesotho, and for me to come here, I wasted, I think, 3 hours. The real question is, if we want to prioritize and speed up our industrialization, why did I have to travel for at least 6 hours for a journey that could have been an hour? Why are we constantly moving goods and services that amplify and benefit others and excluding people and products that we need for ourselves? For myself to buy equipment, whatever I need in Botswana, I at least have to transact twice for me to get the true value. And in the process, I have transaction costs that really are unnecessary for us. But this is not just with goods and services, it's even with people. Why should I, as an African, have to justify my Africanness to my fellow African? If we can't see each other as human enough, then how do we relate beyond just seeing each other as opportunities of buying and trading and opportunities of engaging? So I think we have a new challenge right now, which is to see each other and not just to see the divisions. While it's important for me to identify as a Mosotho, I think we have to start with redefining what Africa is, who Africa is, and who we intend for it to be. Because I think the Nyereres, Sankaras, we can name them, have left an indelible mark in history, but there seems to be no replacements. We are not creating any new heroes. We are not becoming any new heroes. Instead, we are being Marvel characters. We are becoming proud to be affiliated with Wakanda. But truly, when you want to search and say, but what is our vibranium? What are we selling? As Africa, we're still aspiring to be the marketplace for other places. We are the biggest producers of raw materials, but yet the consumers that the West produces for. We are 1.4 billion. When Europeans and the West come up with products, their primary market is ourselves. but we do not see each other as the market. Yesterday it was said that we only transact with each other as much as 15%. And yet we are very comfortable to transact with the West. We even feel proud when a product is now at export level with the West. Maybe we need to rethink.
Yeah, and I'll revisit that in a moment, but thank you very much. I hope you meant to give us some good applause. I don't know what you tried there, but please do it more seriously if you mean to do it. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Sepetel, I will put you on the spot because you're right next to me, and the metaphor of the ball was popularized by the earlier panel, and many people who speak here say, well, the ball is in the government's court. You are at the heart of government here in Botswana. Do you feel that everything that is being thrown at governments is just the responsibility of governments? What are you feeling as you listen to all of these things as someone who is in a government that's in power now?
Mixed feelings, but on the whole, disappointed that in 2023, so many educated men and women can still be thinking that everything is in the hands of government. I mean, let's talk about climate change. Climate change, yes, government influence policy, but the real challenges are at the household level. They are at the individual level. If you go to any country in Africa and you find that the streets are dirty, there's litter everywhere, we are cutting trees, we are being told plant a tree every day, we don't, every year we don't. I don't know how all of that can be the problem of government. So as I say, I'm the first one to say that governments have a huge responsibility of policy formulation. But let us never forget that nations compete through their people. Nations pollute their nations, firstly through their individual citizens. So I think for me, for as long as everything is government, I do not see Africa achieving vision, their AU Agenda 2023. I think we need, and young people today here were really amazing. Standing up, I'm CEO of this company, I lead this and that. That's what we need to see. We need to hear a lot of people standing up saying, in my corner, this is what I'm doing. I was highly also motivated by the lady who says she's in agriculture. I think her parting information sharing was that 60 young people graduated from her outfit. She's not government. She is doing something that if a few more of us did, Africa would stand a huge chance of making it to Vision 2063. I also want to say to young people in this hall today, you are amazing that today as we sit here, I think over 60% of the people in this room are young people. And that is hope. That represents hope for Africa achieving Agenda 2063. Please continue attending these kinds of sessions because that is where you are going to influence policymakers to think differently about what your role can be. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And the reason why I came to him this early in the conversation is so that you can also start preparing some questions, comments, because we'll create more time in this session to engage with these wonderful panelists here. Because, by the way, there's no other panel coming. So if you haven't asked any question, this is it. But let me just get back to the whole Agenda 2063 question. And Dr. Shebwang, I noticed that your company deals a lot with the whole question of infrastructure. And of course, the Agenda 2063 has this great aspiration about these ambitious projects of fast-speed trains, of e-commerce, and all this infrastructure for development. I wonder from where you sit, what your assessment would be where we are today, as we look
into the future? Because that is what I want us to focus on a lot more.
Thank you so very much. Perhaps let me start from the beginning. And my beginning is this, that in the 60s, we have had the wind of change blowing on the African continent. And that wind of change was predominantly political. And upon retaining the political, we haven't done quite a lot to move and translate the political into the tangible and the growth of the African continent in terms of other spheres of life, such as economics, such as science, and so forth and so forth. And perhaps there is an opportunity now for the continent to begin to have another wind blowing through it. And that wind, in my view, is that of mindset change. And mindset change, as far as I'm concerned, must first of all establish that which is the change, and the change from what to where. And that change must therefore be broadly addressed in order that you are then able to change to a sphere that makes your life a lot easier. And your participation within the table of development at a competitive level, more competitive on the basis of what you bring to that table. And that, I think, is the mindset change that we ought to be looking at, starting with both science, innovation, culture, indigenous knowledge, for example, even the language that we use to describe our productions. Craft are the, technologies that are developed here, which effectively denote less quality, less price. But to come to the question that you address, or the question that you asked, I think the starting point is this, that the Agenda 2063 has established before itself very lofty projects, whether it is the high-speed train, whether it is energy production from the hydro power, and so forth and so forth. That is all good. It is very important, but I don't think that the supporting infrastructure obtains in order that we leverage these projects. I will give you my view of what I think would probably be a supporting infrastructure. These lofty projects require money. But we have, as African countries, have not really put together a method, an infrastructure that would allow us to be able to do this. Examples at small scale can actually be derived from a number of places, such as the Kazungula Bridge on the Zambezi, where countries have come together to develop a bridge or to build a bridge across the Zambezi. In terms of the various projects or infrastructure projects that are put in there, one would have expected that one of the key things that we would actually look at as an African continent will be to establish DFIs at a regional level that are focused on leveraging projects of the nature and size that we have actually placed on our vision. It is right to dream so high, but it is also important to find means of coming to the ground in a manner that still achieves the dream. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have the right person to help us also reflect deeper on this question. Ms. Baendi, the directorate that you head is in many ways responsible for the implementation of Agenda 2063, certainly from the secretariat perspective. When you hear all these conversations that we have the lofty ideas, and that's great, we need to start from the ground up. When you hear the grim picture that Linneo painted, when you hear Mr. Sebetela here saying, well, it's not just all government, there's a whole mind shift thing that needs to happen, and yet you are there at the directorate that is supposed to help accelerate this. What are you thinking?
Thank you very much. It's a very intimidating panel that I'm at, but I'll try to respond accordingly. I'll first take the cap that Botobayendi is under the cabinet of the chairperson of the African Union that converges 55 member states in Africa. And I'll start by reacting to what she said that in the past 50 years, we were driven by passion. We wanted to be free from colonization. Our forefathers had something from within that was compelling them to do something differently. That was the era of the maybe past 20 years. It wasn't an expectation of pointing fingers. It was a burning platform that everyone had to commit to do things easily. It was a naturally glowing atmosphere. How did we start to be divergent as Africa? Now we are calling for ourselves to reconverge and start looking at ourselves as Africa, as she said. Recebet Lala talked about mindset change. To say that, do we see ourselves, do the youth see our relevance in terms of what was gluing our forefathers, Pan-Africanism? Do they still see it that way? The relevance of Pan-Africanism, the way it is changing over time, is it catching up with the youth to own the vision, with the citizenry to know the vision of Agenda 2063, that it has to be citizen-driven? So, having said that, can we mindset change from the victims of what the West did to us, and to say that they had been looking at us for the past 50 years or 20 years, what had we done to ourselves? And that is a calling to all of us, to leadership and to the citizenry. As the African Union, Agenda 2063 messaging is that it has to be citizen-driven, but it is also have to happen under the rightful policy environment, economic environment. It has to happen from free will. That is why it is clear that the critical success factors of the agenda, one of them is that we need transformational leadership, we need visionary leadership, but leadership are made leadership by the quality of the citizenry. How do we trust them today, and within 2 years we've changed our mind, we do coups, we do this, that? So it should be a whole people, not only whole government, a whole people agenda that would transition us to the Africa that we want. So as driving the results, we already had the past panel talking about the frameworks that had been in place. Frameworks are there, policies, convergence points are there, such as AFCFTA. The messaging is that the first 10 years of Agenda 2063 was the decade of convergence. Now we are getting to the decade of acceleration, taking the agenda from the boardrooms, from the cabinet meetings, now to the citizenry. And we have to do that under a very clear economic environment. The youth say we want quality of life that would guarantee peace. We are stable when we are having jobs. We are stable when we are prosperous, as what the agenda looks for. But how do we get that as nations? It's a collective thing. Agenda 2063, the 55 member states, when they converge, they come up with frameworks, but we have been stifled a lot by challenges such as funding. And we are now saying in the next decade, we cannot fund the agenda that belongs to the citizens. How do we come up with funding models that see this in CEOs and entrepreneurs as the funders of Agenda 2063? How do we as Africa stop the victim mentality of begging the West, but showing up as equal partners who hunt as a pack and push back as a pack? Let me stop there.
Yeah, Mr. Sepetel, when I hear her speak, the natural place I want to come to is here right next to me, because many of the things that she talks about fall within the realm of government, and whereas there are many countries around this continent that are doing their part, but there's been the sense that there's a question of holding each other to account. So Botswana will be doing very well, but you go to another country and tomorrow there's a coup. You go to another country and something else is not working. What's this that we need to start doing? A proper peer pressure, peer review, whatever system it might be, so that the same story that you find in country B in terms of the standards that we've set for ourselves as a continent, in terms of achieving the things that you talked about, is the same standard that you find in countries C and D and so on and so forth.
I don't know that I agree that political stability, governance in Africa is deteriorating. I don't agree. I think that if you look at Africa today, yes, there are conflicts in some parts of Africa, but generally Africa, in my view, if you look at the Agenda 2063, I think NEPAD, is that what is called, NEPAD? Scorecards, yes, there are hotspots, but out of the 55, if we look at numbers, how many are in conflict right now? How many African countries are in conflict? Is it 50%? Is it 60%? Is it 70%? I really think that we need to start to be more positive about ourselves and work from the progress we have made in moving away from where we were to where we are. I mean, for me, the fact that Africa has formed an AU, and now we have an AU Agenda 2063, it's clear demonstration that Africa as a continent wants to go somewhere. I can talk about my own region, SADC. In SADC, we have long had a Southern African Development Community free trade area, where from Malawi, from Zambia, if goods have a certificate of origin, they will come from there to here without duty. So, and Botswana, in Botswana, South Africa, Lesotho, Swaziland, I think Namibia, I don't remember all of them. We've had something called SACU for many years, a common customs area. And even within Africa, regionally, we have regional communities. So I think sometimes we pull ourselves down. We fail to focus on things that will move us forward. We spend too much time on just telling ourselves we're not moving anywhere, we're not moving anywhere. And if we continue doing that, we will not move anywhere. So I want to tell these young people who are here that Africa is moving forward. That is why KUSI says ideas, ideas. So all of us here, let's think about what we can do in our little space to move Botswana forward, to move SADC forward, to move Africa forward. Thank you.
Is there more we can do, sir?
There is always more we can do. I mean, if you look at the AU institutions that we agreed to create around, the biggest success is the free trade area. But there are other institutions that I'm not able to remember off the top of my head. I know we want a common monetary policy. I can't remember other institutions, but Africa has agreed that they want to be like EU. They want to have a lot of things in common, free movement. We want to be able to trade freely. So there is a lot of positive energy in the AU Agenda 2063. And that's what I would urge every African citizen to focus on. Because if we do that, we will find partners in Kenya, we will find partners in Nigeria, in Sierra Leone, to do things that we have not thought they were possible to be done. But so good, I must say, KUSI, for me, KUSI Ideas Festival is a great opportunity for Africa to think about good things that we can do in this continent. And there are a lot of them from what I've been hearing in the last 2 days. Thank you very much.
Lino, I don't know what's going on in your mind. It's a challenge that we are getting here, that we are focusing too much on what's not working. Do you think that that's something that we could focus more on? Like what is working, can we build on that? Or do you think that what is not working is holding us back enough for us to have a real conversation about it?
I'm a pluralist. I believe because we are in a state of distress here and there, it does not mean that's all we are. I believe as Africans we are multifaceted, like Ndate is saying rightfully. 60%, not even 30% of the continent is in distress. So I don't see why we should be focused on what we don't have. I think there's a lot of positives that we can look at. I mean, for instance, we have the youngest population in the world, 1.4 billion of people whose potential is yet to be tapped into. What that translates to, any nationality, any nationhood is based in its people. And if Africa has an asset, it has to be the young people that are here. So while that could also be juxtaposed as a problem, to say, what then are we going to do? I think instead of problematizing that, let's decrisis Africa. Let's say, okay, now, we have come up with all these ideas, we have been labeled, but who do we say we are? And this is where I think we should start. Number one, we have made tremendous progress in the women's movement. If you look at where Africa was, I'm not old, I'm sure you can guess, but a few years ago, a woman in Lesotho could not be able to buy land. You needed your husband or your brother, I mean, God forsake, even your relative from 3 generations, to be able to access land. This has changed. A few years ago, in Africa still, less than 20 years ago, it was hard to move from South Africa as a black person to any other place. This has improved, but instead we are enjoying a harmony that is the crust of who we are as a people. So these things on their own might seem small, but they are an indication of our strength, of our tenacity as a people, and of our agility in circumstances. So now the real question begins, where then do we start? Number one, what opportunities are there right now that Africa can take? We have land, we have raw resources and raw materials. Instead of looking at this as a curse, why don't we arrange ourselves, like Meh said, and hunt as a pack? We are wolves that have been trained. If you look at poverty as a bad thing, I'd say it's a good one in this case. We know hunger. Now that we have known hunger, what are we willing to do to propel ourselves forward? I said, let's form a formidable group of wolves. Let's take young people in Lesotho, let's take young people in Botswana, and take that CEO and pair them with a succeeding young person in another country. We said we are done through the face of testing each other. We know we trust each other. We know we want to move ahead with each other. How do we operationalize this? KUSI ideas. Instead of having this as a grouping of select Africans, why don't we replicate this in our countries? In smaller ideas, where before this could be the pinnacle of the ideas, but there are many other ideas that we are missing out that could transform this continent. Number two, the AU has a beautiful program that is called the peer review mechanism. While at this point it is at national level and at governance level, where very few are able to review countries, why don't we go back to the consumers of the governance that our governments are providing? Is it not time for the AU to want to hear what Africans say and feel? If we are saying we need to fund the Africa 2063 as citizens, we have to have the buy-in. And how then do you solicit sufficient buy-in without informed consent? How are you going to get it? I would challenge the AU, actually, to say, why not partner with ideas like KUSI ideas and have small mini-camps of ideas where young people dream of, and in the most basic of ways, formulate ideas. Lastly, we are very used, thank you. We are very used to the hegemony and the hierarchy of knowledges, where we seem to think there are certain knowledges that are worth propelling. We have completely ignored our indigenous knowledges and our people whose knowledge is not necessarily as polished as my English, but whose potency have carried us to this point. How then do we capture them? Once again, I go back to KUSI ideas. You see, our problem is we are very good at proliferating and replicating ideas, but we do not nurture and improve the ones that are existing. I'm not saying let's go and find other ones. I'm saying there are existing platforms in Africa right now. How do we vernacularize them? How do we ensure that my grandmother, who had never been in a classroom, could tell you that at this time is when you put seeds in the soil? Without a calendar, my grandmother would tell you, when the sun is like this, it means we are going to have a harsh winter. Start packing in food now. Now we have, if the weather forecast says, this is currently happening in Lesotho, we had a forecast that said we're going to be in El Nino, and farmers did not plow. They did not put crops in the land, and guess what? We're having rains in plenty. But my grandmother had said that when the sun is this hot in winter, we are going to have profitable summers. But the weather forecast said something else. Do you know what happened? All the big farmers did not put a single seedling in the soil. And my grandmothers and uncles, whose indigenous knowledge is just based on the sun and the harshness of the winds, plowed. But are those people going to feed Lesotho? No. So all I'm saying is let's look at what we have. As primitive as we might think we are, I don't think our grandmothers and grandfathers were so stupid if we are here today. We would have long been obliterated.
Wow, give it up for all grandmothers around the continent. Now, we have heard from government. We are hearing interesting stories from citizens, citizen movements, from uncles and grandmothers, indigenous groups, and yes, there's a private sector. And Dr. Sheboyeng, I think that is a real cog in this whole conversation about how you get to move Africa forward, because now we have to start looking at how we wrap this up here before I turn it over. Where do you see the private sector in this conversation, and are you playing in the space that you'd like to play in, or is there a roadblock that today someone can remove?
Well, I think the private sector has a very positive role to play. And one of the things that I think have been discussed, albeit differently and in different depth, is that the private sector needs to participate more in R&D partnerships. And that R&D, I think, for it to reflect the participation of the African continent, particularly in a manner and way that would lead to a mindset change that changes from self-doubt to positive, changes from others ascribing negativity to the African mind and the African being, would have to be that we deal first and foremost with a mindset change based on research and development that comes out of, for example, biomedicine. If we take, for example, the herbalists, the traditional doctors, and others who are in the space of health, who are indigenous, there is a lot of knowledge that is in there. And all we need to be able to do now is to have the research and development institutions of the African continent, in addition to the normal R&D that they take, they undertake, for them to be able to participate with the private sector in developing that, to provide solutions that are actually required by the continent. I don't think that there is a major hurdle that one can actually talk about. I think there is a hurdle of, mind, the mind not being able to see the need and participating in a manner that is able to enhance the status of Africa and the knowledge outputs of it, and the innovative, tangible products that can play a positive role in the market and in wealth creation for Africa and Africans.
All right. And if you have a question, please start raising your hand so that you can be seen, because once we come from the AU, we will be going to the citizens of Africa in this room. So let's hear from the AU side of things. And you have had all the different interventions about involving the younger people more, creating this pipeline where you can receive ideas, innovative ideas that are bubbling all across the continent. Where is the AU in terms of creating this channel through which you can tap into all the different interesting ideas that are being generated across the continent, so that whatever conversations go on there with the heads of state and the different actors, then the voice of Africa is truly taken into account.
Thank you very much. I think I'll sprint through the responses so that I push back questions that could come. I would want to clearly align with what Rasebetlela said, that it is 6 countries that are under sanction, 6 out of 55, because of unconstitutional change of government in Africa. And if we don't take care of our brand and make sure that the narrative is balanced, these 6 can be magnified to seem like Africa is under chaos. I want us to look at it differently, that isn't it that we have 6 unconstitutional change of government that is unintended and a result of a positive thing, that we managed to educate our youth, we managed to create consciousness in them, and they are deliberate to express themselves. Isn't it that it is because of the improvement in internet connectivity, which is a positive thing, but had been leveraged negatively for them to organize themselves better? Who will be speaking this positive narrative if we allow what is coming from outside to us to convince us that we are a useless Africa that is not governed? I would react to say that we need to change our narrative. One of the things that we will be doing better is to rebrand Africa such that the positive messaging that is known by me and you and then distorted elsewhere should come out very well. I want to agree with you in leveraging on KUSI. I thought you would respond first to say that Boto has already talked to me about leveraging the KUSI Ideas Festival to create more knowledge gathering and so forth. We are unfortunate that we are always accused and find ourselves going behind the West. We struggle to go to UNGA to have side events. Are we leveraging on our continental events that could take the agenda to its owners? I want to say that in terms of governance, I talked about institutions and frameworks that AU has put up. She mentioned the APRM, which is the Africa Peer Review Mechanism, which is our own litmus paper to say, as a country, how have I seen myself as governing well? How have I seen myself in the making our elections more democratic? The conversations are changing to say, is the democracy that we pursue in Africa has the uniqueness of us dealing with it for positive results. So the institutions are there, our leaders converge and come with ideas. And we are saying that we are now in the second 10-year implementation plan, pitch in what we call moon shooting. I would have lost my job if I cannot come out of this place, having shared with the citizens what after we gathered, we did the situational analysis, where are we coming from as the African Union, as Africa. We came up with 7 moonshots. Before I read the moonshots, I would share with you our interpretation of them, to say that our beneficiaries of the mandate of the African Union, we heard them saying that we want an enhanced, inclusive, equitable, sustainable economic growth. We also want an enhanced implementation of the continent integrated frameworks. It's not enough to come up with good frameworks to set up new organization. He talked NEPAD, there's APRM, but there must be functional and giving us an impact. One of the things that in the evaluation of the first 10 year we didn't do well in is in terms of impact. It is easy for us to say it was just the critical impact was that we agree more, AFCFTA, we agree more, but we've been admitted recently to G20. We are leveraging on the existing, not competing with the SDGs. How do we leverage on their geographic pitch? That is more than what we can afford for agenda. We are not going to be victims in this space. We want to enhance peace and security in totality. How do we as a PEG are able to share best practices? The peace in Botswana, how did you achieve it? How do we influence as SADC into ECOWAS and so forth? We want beneficiation. We want Africans to benefit from what is produced in Africa rather than taking it holistically out like we are currently doing. The Africa Free Trade Area. Some people are, the negative sound we are hearing is that it's not about putting up an institution. But we are saying we are ticking the box. We've done that. The next step, yes, to have trade indicators respond. They will respond over time. We don't want to be intimidated that we did not do well. We did well by ticking the first few boxes. As Africa, we want our talent to feed us. We have a lot of youth who are talented in what they are doing, our culture. We are putting Africa first. If we do that as a whole, then we would be speaking to Africans. We want an empowered African, even the vulnerable groups, and we want to strengthen our position and competitiveness. We want to push back the beggar mentality, the divisive mentality where we would have a same message as Africa, but like I said somewhere, we would now be having other partner that has to be looking at us as equal, now having bilateral with Lesotho, tomorrow with Botswana. But we told them our solid, unified message. How do we change that narrative? The private sector, we have millionaires and billionaires from Africa. We have the diaspora. How are we bringing them in? How are we leveraging on science and technology? How are we fighting the climate change? The good thing as Africa that we must celebrate is that the way we responded to COVID must give us more confidence that we are united Africa and we can make it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. I think that's a good place to take a few questions, and I do hope that the people who are asking already have microphones. I can see there's a hand over there. There's another hand behind there. Actually, two hands. So we will take the four questions all together, and then we'll get them answered as we see how much time we have left. So let's start. The ladies already upstanding.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Patsi Momopako. I'm a farmer and an agripreneur. Mine is just a suggestion to agree to what Miss Linao was saying about indigenous knowledge. I work a lot with rural farmers and village farmers. There was a time in sometime this year, mid this year, we had a bad outbreak of scabies and livestock. There was a particular shortage of the anthelmintic that deals with that particular external parasite. Where I am based,